Wow. Such a quiet crowd. Okay. When you're ready, we're ready? Okay. We will call this meeting to order, and we will do roll call.
Councilmember Lyons,
Present.
Councilmember San Antonio,
Present.
Councilmember Schaefer,
Here.
Deputy Mayor O'Hara,
Present.
Mayor Ehlers.
Here.
Record will show all members of the City Council are present tonight.
And for those that are capable, please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, tonight we do not have any special presentations or proclamations, and that will bring us to oral communications. How many do we have?
We have 5 speakers, and just a couple reminders, oral communications are for anything that's not listed on the agenda, and all oral communications will need to be received once we begin the oral communication.
And we will do the full 3 minutes.
Okay. First 3 speakers, Dave Dean, followed by Tony Gruno, and then Natalie Satoon.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff. I'm up here this week to talk about last week. Apparently, I didn't do a good job of conveying how dangerous the alleyway is between 2nd and 3rd. So I'm back here to help out again. The dark object in the middle of the hole there is a basketball. Put my basketball in it, and it's halfway covered up. If we could go to the next slide, please, or picture. Here's that same basketball in a pothole. This is just one of the potholes, and we can go to the next slide, or picture. This is a little bit farther up. This is about 15 feet long and about 5 feet wide. Approximately 30 people a day walk down this alleyway to go to the beach. That's about 11,000 people a year walk down this alleyway. For the last approximately 20 years, I've been asking the city to get this alleyway fixed, and continually each year it just gets worse and worse. With a big rainstorm coming in next week, quite a bit of dirt and debris is again going to be washing down the alleyway and into the street. This is just one of the little pieces of asphalt that's come down the alleyway out of that pit. If there's a worse street in the city, I would like someone to tell me, because I believe this is the worst street in the city. With 11,000 people coming down that alleyway, some of them at night, it's only a matter of time till someone hits that and gets seriously hurt. So I don't know if it's Sylvester, it's City Works or Public Works, anyone that does it. If it's their responsibility, I would like you to encourage them to get out and take a look at it before somebody gets hurt. Thank you very much.
Okay, we can't discuss it tonight, but I can refer it to staff, and we'll have staff get back to you and copy City Council on the status and what can be done.
Hello, my name is Tony Gurno. I was born on Faith Avenue right near San Diego, the same year that this city was incorporated. And so I'll let you infer any kind of symbolism from that you might wish to. And tomorrow is actually my late father's birthday. And so it's making me reflective on my time in this city and what this city means to me. So I thought I would take the opportunity, given that I'm here anyway, and I just finished another semester of school, which affords me this time, to tell you a little bit about who I am and why I'm here. And I think that many of you already know my name at least, but I've done a lot of different things for the city over many years, and the first of those would be setting up speakers, dragging out sound equipment for the Moonlight Summer Concert Series, and then doing the cleanup at the end of the day too. So my interface with the city staff originally was Parks, and particularly Nick Buck, who's still one of my favorite people in the city. But going forward, I would work on many holiday parades, and I at one point actually came through here and just poinsettia bombed the whole building because we weren't having the holiday parade that year. So 2019 was my first Arbor Day event that I participated in as just myself, and this was actually when I started to bug Jennifer about the opportunity to work with our city's rarest species, the endangered Encinitas baccharis. So it was actually through that Arbor Day and just walking down the street with Jennifer and Annette that I was able to build my whole career, and actually the entire San Diego Botanic Gardens Science and Conservation program stemmed out of that. So quickly from there, we got into the height of the pandemic, but that was simultaneously the year that I invested a lot of myself in making sure that the first year of the Encinitas Habitat Stewardship Program was successful. And so this is just something that I'm a little bit proud. I'm sort of bragging here, but I want to make sure that anybody who I'm talking with, whether it be public, city staff, elected officials, have a little bit of an understanding of where I'm coming from. And so this is like a labor of love in the kind of chorus way for me, and I'm going on 40 years of calling this my home, and I earnestly wish to be somebody who contributes at least as much as I gain by being a resident of this beautiful city.
Following Natalie will be Ellen Burr and then ECRP.
Hi, Natalie Zatoon Cardiff. First of all, I don't know if you all have seen Monday's Public Health and Safety Commission meeting. I would encourage all of you to watch it in its entirety because we do have positions coming up for appointment. And there was an instance where two particular commissioners tried to have discussion and vote on something that hadn't been noticed to the public. So interestingly, these two commissioners have been with the commission since the inception, so they should know better. So I would encourage you to take a hard look at that. So I would also like to say thank you to whomever removed the cobble today. Jennifer, you probably had something to do with that. Thank you. There has been cobble up and down Santa Fe for the past week or so, coming from the planters, and it's dangerous. It's in the travel lanes. And we also had some Fast and Furious graffiti that was put along the signs, and someone restored that. So I would like to say thank you because that was a need, and it. So I kind of want to dovetail into something else, but I would also like to remind the city staff and council of an important distinction when constituents are told to put it on the My Encinitas app. As private citizens, we aren't paid employees. And when we report safety issues or infrastructure concerns in any method, we're volunteering our time and effort and information to make our city better and mitigate city risk. This is not our obligation. We pay for this. So, and I've been told that emails can get lost, and I've seen some insistence to defer to the app, and that's not okay. Staff has become too reliant on the app and too reliant on the public to report city issues. We pay you all for this purpose and expect our concerns to be addressed regardless of any reporting method. We aren't very confident in the app. It's a really low-tech generic reporting tool that comes back with a preset priority level and a really ambiguous response time. So, and another thing I would like to say is that we really need to ensure that our city staff has boots on the ground and understands what's going on. And I would like to dovetail into Dave's statement that we need to have eyeballs and that we can't operate the city from behind a screen and a monitor. We really need to have people out. So if we can please try to do that, that would be great. Anyway, thanks for the cobble, Jennifer.
Good evening, Council. I've been here before to speak about this, and I will do it again. I think we have a problem in this city of certain dedicated groups involving themselves in things without transparency to the rest of the community, possibly with the staff, possibly without the staff. But what brings me to this is last week, I was shocked to hear Councilman O'Hara blurt out that he had been having meetings regarding Quail Gardens Park, and he was doing lots of outreach, and that there would be more to come, but that he was getting ahead of the curve. So I would say that unless these meetings were just with Oliver and Mr. Johnson and staff regarding their donations and wishes, that there should be open meetings and open notice. And what is really crazy is that if you go back to November of '23, this is actually the flip side of the conversation that was held between Joy and Hinsey and the mayor regarding coming up with SLA and notice of opportunity. And it's amazing. I suggest you go back and go to about 3 hours and 10 minutes and watch the whole thing, because this is exactly the same thing. What was going on there was probably way more organized than anything that has been happening here regarding the parks. But it's a fine gray line, and we need to have protocols and some guardrails and a chain of command so that this doesn't happen again and again and again, which has happened with other things, bikes. I could go on, but it was just incredible to me that this was the exact flip side of what had happened before, the reason that we are here. And before I go, please. Much of the discussion that came up last week was about the process to get to planning the park. Yes, the city park has been mostly graded and planned, but this is the steps that is in the draft report that you'll see at the end. Compare that to
Thank you.
what's online.
And I want to jump in here. With the new city attorney comes new opportunities and new knowledge. So if I could have our city attorney, we do apparently have the capability to respond. I learned something new, and I'd love Ajit to opine on that. And then since you were called out on that one, you could say a few words. Just listen to what he says and put the bounds on how you can respond.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, under the Brown Act, of course, the council is not allowed to engage in a prolonged discussion of an item that is not on the agenda. However, in response to a question or comment during the public or oral communications portion, any member of the council is permitted to briefly respond to statements or questions that are posed by somebody. So what is a brief response? I wish I could tell you exactly what that means. There's not a clear direction on what that is, but I would interpret that to be a couple sentence response, and that's it.
And not engage in discussion amongst the council members?
Correct.
And I would ask one courtesy is that we direct comments first through the chair so that I can maintain control of the meeting. But if you wanted to respond to the comments there, you're welcome to say a couple things.
Sure. I think you'll find that Oliver, his mom, several other neighbors have reached out to me to ask about L7, where the progress is at, where we're at, whether it's coming to council. Just like anybody reaches out to every one of these people up here with questions when they have them, as they should. And so those responses are very quick. Yes, we're on task. Can we forward it to you? Some of those messages were sent to our city manager as well. And I'm excited to see the park go forward. And
Okay.
so I share their enthusiasm.
Excellent, thank you. And with that, we'll go to Scott with, what, ECRP?
Okay, yes, my name is Scott Campbell, and I'm representing Encinitas Citizen Review Panel. And this is a picture of sunrise over Piraeus Point. I don't know if they'll get quite this view. Merry Christmas to everybody, and thank you for all the time this year. Some of these 6-hour meetings have been incredible. It's been really good. There's been a lot of drama this year. We had pedestrian death, we had immigration arrests, we had to pick streets or grant funding. That was a fight. There's been some bickering on the dais. We've got to stop that somehow. There's been staff turnover, and we had trash cans. But anyways, let's move on. A lot of stuff happened this year. Good stuff on drainage, safety, and roads. And the council ran on these, a lot of the council ran on these items, and I highlighted some things. Of course, this can't be everything that we've done. In the first part of the year, you challenged the numbers, the arena numbers. You challenged ACD a little bit. We had the goat yoga. I found an icon for that. But for safety, you had speed limits. You put the speed limits control in. That was huge. But a gold star for rezoning L7, right there. And then we moved on. Look at all these safety things that happened. Safety roads is all a little bit thing. Once again, a gold star for increasing the sheriff's patrols. There's been a very noticeable improvement downtown. I think everybody in this room and everybody in the community knows it and feels it since we've done that. And I applaud the council and thank you for doing that. We also talked about fire stations are on there. The drainage, look at all these drainage things. El Camino. Now we got a little bit further down, just a few months ago, all these sewer things. Moonlight Creek seems to be coming up continuously. I don't know what the problem is, but it's always on the agenda. Cottonwood Creek is on there. The October fire quarterly report was, I think, the first one that you've really done, and that was great, and I encourage them to keep going on. El Portal, I'm not sure if it's in. There's still some damage there. These are all really good things that the council's been doing, though, addressing drainage, safety, and roads. And then just in the last 2 months, Santa Fe West, we're getting bids out to fix it. The city is fighting Clark Avenue. That's local control. I'm calling it safety because it's under fire, but it's local control. You pose the wireless. That's really small, but you did this. But on the roads, you got the new pavement list. If you look at the roads, what have been done in last year and this year, it doesn't even compare to what's been done in the past. And I just thank you for your time. And let's just have a good meeting, get home before 9. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes oral communications for tonight.
Okay, the next item up is report from closed session. We did hold a closed session where we considered 3 items. There were no reportable actions from those items. Is there anything else we need to report out?
That's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Item 7 is changes to the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda?
There are no changes to the posted agenda, and moving to the consent calendar, item 8C is the only item that has been removed by a member of the public.
Okay. And does anybody on council want to remove any items on the consent calendar? I don't hear it.
Motion to approve all consent calendar other than 8C.
See, okay, I got a
I'll
motion,
second.
and I've got a second
Second.
from Lyons. So I believe we have a motion and a second to everything but 8C. And if we
That
all-
motion carries unanimously and takes us to item 8C.
Okay, and one person pulled it, and if so, do they want a staff report?
Sheila, would you like a staff report?
No, okay. So we'll start with public hearing on it.
And Sheila has 2-time donations from Molly Hantley and Natalie Satoon, who are both present.
Indian Head Canyon, in case you haven't guessed. Okay, I talked to you about this in January, and we haven't gotten very far. So tonight, when I saw this, I thought it was important to explain what Indian Head Canyon's about. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My concern tonight is specifically Indian Head Canyon. And I quote, "Conservation land, which refers to permanently protected land and water that is maintained in a natural state or restored for specific conservation purposes. It is typically undeveloped and serves at least two conservation purposes, such as protecting wildlife habitats and preserving natural resources," quote unquote. I do not mind the term stewardship. All open space conservation lands should be looked after in the sense that non-native plants can be removed and erosion of waterways can be overcome and minimalized. I want to make certain that non-native does not include the beautiful clusters of greenhouse gas guzzling eucalyptus trees that have been there for years and add to the beauty and the health of this canyon. This is not a park in the conventional sense. It is a piece of nature that needs to be kept natural. Please turn to Table 1, page 5 in this report. I strongly object to the following: 40 feet of wooden fencing, where and why? 425 feet of barbless wire fencing, where and why? Adding 14 signs, what and where? I'd like to see one of our artistic signs showing the logo right at the front of this property as the primary sign. We voted as a city, the city council, first city council, to have those kinds of signs, and I'd like to see one there. Using gravel to control erosion, 3 to 5 feet of gabion baskets, and 3 to 5 feet of biodegradable fiber rolls. What we need in the main water flows that dump dirt and debris directly into the Bataquitas Lagoon are to use boulders, not gravel, in the main creek beds, and plants that help clean the water and debris that runs through during a storm, and we have storms. Where we need, minus the fencing, we could afford to do this, and it would be sustainably lasting rather than watching the gravel flow along with the mud into the Bataquitas Lagoon. This property, which recently has been called 53 acres, it's really 63 acres. I don't know where the other 10 acres disappeared to. It stands to be maintained as natural state as possible, and that we can walk the pathways and enjoy the trails and have a sense of what the area was like in San Diego County before we covered it with asphalt and buildings. We are so lucky to have this land. It adjoins the 38 acres of open space of Magdalena Ecke land that also offers trails for passive recreation. That is over 100 acres of passive, dedicated, natural open space. Pretty incredible. The problem seems to be the inability to keep our hands off it. We seem always wanting to control land with fences, wires, and signs. Let's not do that. First, over the years, there are 2 areas of concern that need attention. I would often see a car drive up and let out 2 or 3 dogs and let them run with no guidance. As a result of this practice, the 2 bobcats that called Indian Canyon home, the rabbits, the opossums, the raccoons, skunks, all the wildlife has gone or been killed because of this. The bobcats have ended up in our neighborhood. I'm sure you've seen them. Almost everybody has. They're killing our small cats and animals. Over the last couple of years, there's been a sign that dogs must be on leash. Thank you. But it really cannot be enforced, and it isn't. This is not meant to be a dog park or a dog run. This practice has made our wildlife almost completely disappear, and that is an intricate resource of this property. The wildlife need to be reintroduced back into the safe environment where they can thrive. We have a dog, and we walk him in Indian Head Canyon on a leash, but not everyone does that. I don't want to sound harsh, but dogs should not be in this space. There are so many other areas that are appropriate for them. Just like other conservation areas and preserves, dogs should not be allowed. The wildlife will never come back. As a compromise, there could possibly be 1 or 2 acres set aside at the low end of the canyon for a dog run. Secondly, the names of the trails need to be changed before any trail signs are put up. They need to reflect Native American heritage. These lands along the lagoon were inhabited by Native tribes in the summers, particularly gathering fish, clams, birds. Some idea of trail names: Kumeyaay Path, Toyin Trail, the Agaño Trail, and Hakut. Hakut is the Indian name for Encinitas. Not pretty, but it works. This will remind people of the Native American heritage connected with this land. I've put in a history here that tells you what we went through, particularly I went through for 11 years to get this property. You can review it. What I really want to close with is this process was an investment of 11 years for me personally. I've tried to continue to watch over the canyon, restoration of wildlife, and creative erosion control should be the top priorities in this stewardship on this project. I'm asking you, Mayor and Council, to please take another look. Handle the stewardship of this property differently. It is not a park in the common sense. It is a preserve of conservation land, and it's been a hard-won gift. So please don't treat it like a park. Treat it differently. Don't put up fences. Don't put up barb fences or any kind of fences. You need to really go to this property, walk it. We're so lucky to have it here. And it's 100 acres. It connects with the Magdalena Ecke property. So anyway, that's what I have to say, and I hope you pull it out of this stewardship and rewrite it. Thank you.
Next speaker is Tony Gurno.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak again. And as I already alluded to, I poured my heart into the Encinitas Habitat Stewardship Program and getting this notion of taking the right kind of care of our natural open spaces seriously. And that's how I met David. And I will also tell you that I have been one of the program's most pointed critics at times as well. And when I left my position at the San Diego Botanic Garden, I was not convinced in the short period after that priorities were being appropriately developed, or that there was the right kind of expert from a biological, ecological perspective oversight of the activities within that program. So I didn't trust that without me being that person, that somebody who knew enough was actually in charge of determining what we should be doing with these really delicate and ecologically valuable spaces. And so I pushed pretty hard against the habituation of just the status quo of San Diego Botanic Garden got the first contract, which was based on a proposal that I wrote, and it just seemed like it was kind of rolling forward from there, more money, and it wasn't clear that the priorities were ever really rising to the top in terms of evaluation through that. And so I pushed pretty hard, and today it's a totally different arrangement with Recon Environmental involved and Joe DeWolf, who actually both used to work for me and used to be my supervisor. So it's a very small world in this like restoration ecology practitioner circle. But ever since that kind of bonding of a real ecologically based oversight body in Recon and having the impetus put on the San Diego Botanic Garden staff not only to do something, but to do the right things based on the most current science, the best understanding that we have of these spaces. And it has really revolutionized the program, so much so that I don't know of another municipal program in our area that is anywhere near as capable and competent and effective as this one. And when I have had pointed concerns like Sheila has mentioned in some specific examples, maybe I just know the right people to talk to, but I've been amazed at the receptivity of the people involved with this program and the quick action to do things like I mentioned earlier to save our Encinitas backrest, which has totally gone from being on the verge of extinction to actually flourishing within our city.
Thank you.
That concludes speakers on this item.
Okay, and I think I'm up first. It's interesting, open space versus parkland in Encinitas. Encinitas has always been more in favor of open space. Sheila will probably remember back the Godby survey we did for the Hall property. I remember the survey person, the expert, testifying in here saying, you actually will do better on your bond measure if you make this for undeveloped open space, natural open space, than if you put a bond out for park space. And I've seen that that was back in 2000, I've seen it in 2007, and it's been a fairly consistent message from the electorate that they really do value natural open space and wildlife. So Sheila, everything you said hit home with me, and even the history of why we're here. The comment, I think, Tony, you made about treating it differently, or maybe that was Sheila actually, said Sheila, sorry. I think that's what the Habitat Stewardship Program, that's the intent. We may not have always gotten it there, and we're learning, and I always view it kind of as almost like training wheels for the city right now, and we've talked about it in previous discussions, that we want to get to a point where we have services like recon and other maintenance groups that are treating it as native open space, natural open space, and going with a very light hand. So we're still in that learning curve, and we want to get it right. I would like to ask a couple of questions. I thought Sheila made some great points about the 14 signs on page 5, the 425 feet of wire fencing and 40 foot of wooden fencing. Can staff give us a better idea of where that's located and what the purpose and why it's needed?
Thank you, Mayor. Those are generally all related to access control. So one of the issues that we have at that open space is folks that leave the designated trails, and there's several user-created trails that go throughout that area, which ends up degrading that environment and also gives area for more invasives to come in. So the signs are really intended to keep folks on the dedicated trails, off the user-created trails, and going through the habitat. Similarly with the fence, to prohibit or preclude folks from leaving the trails and getting into the habitat.
So are these fences internal to the 63 acres, or are they at the edge, preventing people from cutting in incorrect places? Where are they, especially, any of the fences?
Sure, that's a good question. Some of it is on the periphery, and I would say a lot of it ends up being kind of internal to the open space. If I'm thinking about the map, I think it's more northern in the area where we're seeing some of the user-created trails, and we have some a little bit in the south as well. So generally access control.
Okay, and the signage, is it discreet, or, one of the things you'll hear, a recurring theme out of me is I think we default to signing things too often, and people don't pay any more attention to that than, and out in natural parks, open space parks, typically you'll see the use of natural logs or something to help discourage, or even underbrush piled if somebody's trying to cut a trail. Could we do that instead of putting a permanent, not barbed wire, barbless wire fence?
Sure, that's actually a tactic that we employ at Oakcrest Park for that open space. When we go through and trim back some of the larger vegetation or remove invasives, we actually work with the sheriffs to place those. That's a tactic that we could employ here in lieu of going straight for the fencing. The signage is intended to not be large and in your face, more, stay on the trail, restoration in progress, or something along those lines that you see in a lot of types of open spaces.
So small, discreet, more natural. They don't stand out as bright orange or anything. So,
No,
and
certainly
just
not.
where we need them to stop behavior, much like the dogs on leash sign, we need that. You got to notice it so we can cite it.
That's correct.
Okay. Are there any options that we can do for enforcement? We don't have park rangers per se.
No, we don't.
What would, and this may be a question for city manager, what would an enforcement mechanism for people with a dog off a leash or on a non-permitted trail? Is there any?
The enforcement process is working with the San Diego Humane Society to ticket. That's our ticket enforcement. But it's a struggle. It's a struggle on call. I mean, it's a struggle. You see it, you call, and then that person leaves. We are constantly doing an educational process, and that's some of the signage, asking our visitors to do it properly, to leash your dog, use that experience. So we try to do it that way. Customer service always first, but enforcement to the Humane Society.
Okay, very good. So with that, I'll yield to, I wanted to say Deputy Mayor Lyons, Councilmember Lyons.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm just so thrilled that so many people love open space here in the community. And I think we've done a great job on this habitat stewardship program. I'm glad Tony is here, and I'm glad you came to speak about this item specifically, Tony, because I do give you a lot of credit. You've taken me out and walked me around a lot of places, and I've learned a lot from you. So appreciate all your knowledge and your patience with educating and informing all of us. I think I'm also really happy, Sheila, that you've shown us that you have such passion for this property, Indian Head Canyon. One thing I'd like to, I will ask staff a few questions, but I look at the properties that we've already addressed through this habitat stewardship program. Cottonwood Creek, for example, a couple phases along Cottonwood Creek and Oakcrest Park are the two that were initially programmed, which show the most maturity at this point. And I've been really happy with these outcomes because our objective is to really bring these properties back into their natural state so that they can thrive. And it takes continual monitoring, but it also takes us continuing to evolve how we look at the approaches we've proposed and we will propose for each one. I would invite people to go out to the Oakcrest Park, really walk the area. It's not just essentially the park with all the grass, it's the area between the community center and the park where that's where the Baccaris is. And man, if we have before and after, people would be so surprised. The after, which is what it is right now, is a thriving Native community. And when we started, it was threatened. And I'm just like, it does my heart good to know that we did that. And I want to have the same level of success with Indian Head Canyon, and I believe we will. I think I can support this item, but I would like to suggest, given the comments that we heard, that we do look at alternate choices for a couple things. And I like what I would call a post and rope. Is that what you were talking about, David, when you were saying there's an alternate way other than barbed wire?
The mayor had mentioned putting logs or brush in front of the trails.
Yeah.
That's one alternative. A post and rope is another alternative.
Okay, yeah, I actually like the logs and the brush. But where there may need to be something that's restricting in a different way, the post and rope is what's used at the Oakcrest, so you can have an example of how that does keep people from trampling areas that are sensitive. And if we could look at those instead of what sounds like on this list as more like engineered solutions. So what I'm pointing to is those things that sound a little engineered are the 20 gravel bags and the gabion baskets. However, biodegradable fiber rolls can be pretty natural. They're temporary and they hold the soil in place and allow for vegetation to root. And then the fencing is the other item. If we can add those edits to this proposal for us to look at and to move forward with our consultant, then I would suggest we approve this item. I would move to approve this item.
With those changes?
Yes, with
Okay.
those changes.
And with that, we'll go to Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
So it's amazing to see us looking to preserve open space. I know actually staff is really dedicated to this project, over time, a number of years, and really happy to see that dedication. I very much appreciate Sheila's dedication to this area. With that, I think we were all, as I understand, pretty tough on staff and with a lot of questions, probably more than was expected on this, because I think everybody cares about open space up here. So with that, a couple questions Sheila touched on that I had kind of in my notes, at least one of them, and the mayor also already touched on a couple, as did Councilmember Lyons. But we didn't touch on the 20 gravel bags. That was kind of a question I had after going back over reading over the notes. Is that chosen because it's the best way to preserve, or would something that maybe has a more natural aesthetic, such as rocks, would that be a better option to go to? Is there a reason other than finances, is there a reason we do one versus the other?
Thank you for the question, Deputy Mayor. Rocks and boulders are certainly an option. Access can be challenging in certain areas, so I think that's why the gravel bags were suggested originally. They're just easier to transport, but we can absolutely look at a less engineered, more naturalized solution.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I think it'd be great. Obviously, part of preserving the open space, I think, is the inspiration it provides all of us. And the more we can preserve the aesthetic of untouched, pristine, which I think a natural look does more. I know we're nitpicking here. I'd really like to see us explore that. I think it would be beneficial to this program going forward and gaining support for it. I should say additional support for it from the public and what they see us doing. The other question I had was, Ms. Cameron brought it up, the sign. Is there a sign for Indian Head Canyon at the moment? And is there a standard sign for all of our open spaces? I feel like some have them, some don't, but.
We don't have a standard sign for our open spaces in the way that we do for all of our parks. So all of our parks have the custom wooden signs. We don't have them for each of the open spaces, but that's certainly something that we could put out there. It's a huge space, well-traveled and loved by many members of the community.
So I certainly would like to see us explore that. I don't know what the cost would be attached to that. Something put together for that you could present to us, maybe separate from this, so we can move forward on this, getting this going. But certainly with I don't know if it would be an amendment or an addition of coming back with a sign for an open space such as Indian Canyon.
I think what we could do is direct staff to, I would say, agendize the sign potential and also trail naming. That was another thing that Sheila has met my ear many times. And so I would propose that we, as part of the motion, say bring that back to a future agenda, both the Indian Head Canyon signage, which of course we want to be totally natural, done out of local sticks, but I'm being semi-facetious. And then also the trail naming, to consider that and go through the history of how the names were assigned and maybe propose alternate signs, or alternate names.
And Councilmember Lyons, if we were to add that as a friendly amendment, would you be open?
Yes, I was just going to jump in if I could. But I would also ask if we could have some public outreach associated with that, because I think the community giving their input to the signage and the trail naming would be valuable to everyone.
If I may,
Yeah.
Mayor, members of council, so we actually did trail naming when I was Park and Rec Director. So one of the things as far as outreach that we did was it went through the Park and Rec Commission. The naming policy usually says that when you're naming parks and trails, we first go through Park and Rec Commission to make recommendations to City Council. So that's just another opportunity to be able to vet that. And there was a couple meetings within Park and Rec to even get to that, so that helps with that community outreach.
That would achieve the goal.
Okay. Are you?
In that case, I'll second the motion and yield the floor.
Okay, and Councilmember Lyons.
I was just in the queue to say what I just said, so
Okay.
I'm out of the queue.
Councilmember San Antonio.
To what Sheila had mentioned about the dogs off leash, I know people love their dogs, and maybe there needs to be an educational portion for that. I don't know what it is, another sign, I don't know. But maybe because, you think of, these dog owners that look at them like they're kids and they want them to be able to run free. I think they think of this open space as, I know, not a park, but it's open space. And I think it's just that portion in their, what they're thinking is, oh, let's let the dogs run free. We can go for a walk and enjoy the open space. But I think if you think about it in the way that Sheila had mentioned, maybe it's the, scaring off the animals or digging up plants that they shouldn't be digging up, or I don't know, they're just running free. So I don't know, I'm just thinking about it in a way that we could possibly educate the public before they go into the park, whether there's a certain entrance or two that they walk into that they could be a sign or something that they could at least go, hey, look, it's a bigger thing than just keeping your dog on a leash. It's a bigger impact than just that. So just a thought. I don't know what that could be, but I know people aren't kind of opposed to the signs, but I don't know how else to get that message out when people are walking in. So I'll yield.
Okay, with that, I don't have anybody else. We have a motion and a second. If I could get the motion read back.
Absolutely. So the first action is to approve the Amendment 1. Second action would be to direct staff to explore alternate choices such as using post-end rope, brush, or logs, or other natural options, including rocks and boulders versus gravel bags. And then the final one would be to direct staff to agendize a future item regarding sign potential and trail naming, including in a public outreach component to take the item to Parks and Rec Commission for first consideration.
Yes.
Sounds good. Call the question then.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, with that, we move on to item 10A, which is introduction of ordinance number 2025-18, adding Encinitas Municipal Code Chapter 2.42, establishing a business commission. And with that, we will turn it over to Management Analyst Welnick.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Delilah Welnick, and I am a Management Analyst in the City Manager's Office. Item 10A on tonight's agenda is the introduction of ordinance number 2025-18, Encinitas Municipal Code Chapter 2.42, establishing a business commission. This item directly supports Goal 7 of the fiscal year 2025-2026 annual work plan. Before introducing this ordinance tonight, the City Council received a proposal for a business commission during the November 19th, 2025 City Council meeting. At that time, Council directed staff to revise several components of the proposal, including the vision and mission statements, structure and governance, industry representation requirements, residency and qualification criteria, and commissioner term limits. Those revisions have since been completed and are reflected in Attachment 2 of the agenda report labeled as Exhibit A to Ordinance Number 2025-18, which outlines the proposed Chapter 2.42 Business Commission. In addition, during council briefings, staff received requests for clarification on a few provisions within Exhibit A. This evening, staff is seeking council direction on those items so that the ordinance can be finalized and adopted at a future meeting. So first, as currently written, Exhibit A requires representation from each of the city's 4 districts, along with at least 2 at-large members, resulting in a minimum commission size of 6. So staff does not recommend an even-numbered commission. Therefore, staff is recommending updating Section 2.42.020 of Exhibit A to specify that the commission shall consist of either 7 or 9 members, with representation from each district, including at least 3 at-large members. Second, staff received feedback regarding how to proceed if district-based representation cannot be met. If council chooses to have district-based representation, a position may potentially remain vacant until filled, at which point the city clerk's office would recruit specifically for that district until it's filled. Third, clarification was requested regarding the appointment authority for commission members. So in order to better align with Chapter 2.30 of the Municipal Code, staff recommends revising Section 2.42.020 of Exhibit A to add the elected mayor will make recommendations for appointments with council confirming those appointments. And then lastly, staff was asked to clarify how initial commissioner terms would be staggered. And ultimately, this is at the discretion of City Council, but as a reference for the Public Health and Safety Commission, which is our newest commission, those initially appointed terms consisted of 4 2-year terms and 3 3-year terms for the commissioners. So if we were to follow a similar approach for this business commission, that would look like 4 2-year terms and 3 3-year terms for a 7-member commission, or 5 2-year terms and 4 3-year terms for a 9-member commission. So with that, staff is requesting that City Council discuss these proposed changes, provide direction to update Exhibit A to Ordinance Number 2025-18, and direct staff to return at a later date for adoption of the ordinance. Thank you. This concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, do we have any questions of clarification? If not, do we have public speakers?
There are no public speakers on this item.
Speakers. Okay, I don't have, I'll hop in here first. I think you addressed quite a few of my questions. And so let me see if I have any other ones. Oh, I guess the one question I would have is there a conflict of interest potentially if we appoint members of the board of any one of the Main Street or Chamber of Commerce, since we have MOUs where we actually give them money, those organizations that give money, if somebody is resident as a board member making decisions for that organization, could they be able to serve on this commission too? And I'm just wondering from a conflict of interest standpoint.
So Mayor, I'll step in. There potentially could be. I mean, this is an advisory board, but they may be participating in a decision that would have some sort of a material financial effect. When we look at whether or not there would be that reasonable possibility, we're looking at salary, we're looking at real property interest, we're looking at business interest. So there is a possibility. So it'll be important that we have that discussion early on with any of the members that are put onto this commission, and they'll be able to reach out to me and the city attorney's office if there are issues that are coming up, and we can have a discussion with them. And if, of course, if there is a conflict of interest, then they will hopefully recuse themselves.
Okay, thank you. Another item that we talk about subcommittees, and subcommittees are available as an option to any one of our commissions. I actually would like to take the examples out. I think those are made up by us, not by the commission. I'd like to leave it more open, the fact that they can make subcommittees, but I would recommend striking the examples of subcommittees. And you answered my stagger the terms, and yeah, those are my questions. And now we will go to, I'll yield to Councilmember Lyons.
I think I have just one simple question for staff or anyone who can provide an answer. On page 5, under duties of the Business Commission, there's some language that I keep on stumbling over and don't quite understand, so maybe you could help me understand. The fourth bullet down under 2.42.040, duties of the Business Commission, the wording is observe zoning and its effect on occupancy and vacancy. Do you know what's intended by that, if you could help with that?
Thank you, Councilmember. I think the intent with that item is to work collaboratively within the committee itself to take into consideration the zoning of whatever parcel that could be presented or discussed at the time, and then what type of effect that would have. So I think it's more of a general description of what the commission could do. But again, this is going to be in close concert with Development Services staff and other staff members that will assist with the action items that the commission will oversee.
So it intentionally opens the door to discuss zoning and how it impacts occupancy and vacancy, I guess then, is what you're saying?
Yes.
It intentionally opens
That will be directly integrated into the economic development or business discussions throughout the city.
I got it. Thanks.
So I think I'm up next, but I can play into that too. Part of the discussions in the development of the Business Commission revolved around each of the areas of the city having its own specific plan. El Camino Real, Carter specific plan, Downtown 101 now has its own specific plan. And kind of how those will affect occupancy and vacancy with an idea that how things are zoned, including climate action plan, things that we attach to that zoning, what the effect is on keeping economic development thriving based on whether it encourages occupancy or we find that it discourages it, in which case we could find either or. But this group would definitely have the motivation to discover that and decide what we can do to address that. So I think that helps answer the question is how we got there in that process. I think staff probably feels pretty accurate in that description. Super. I'm thrilled that this has come to this point. I think we've got a lot of public input, especially from our 101s, their members, the chamber and its members. Staff has been really diligent on this. And I look forward to having a vibrant relationship with the businesses through this commission. I motion to approve, and I will yield the floor.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had one comment about the, the 2.42.020 membership portion. If we find ourselves at an impasse with the districts 1, 2, 3, and 4, if somebody's not there, is there a way to fill that with somebody that is applying that happens to not be in that district?
Not large.
Well, we have the 2 at large, but if we just don't have a representative from every district, I think when there is a representative, and if it was a head-to-head match and the person's from the district, then they'd probably, in that regard. But is that going to be for future councils to be able to manage that and to make an adjustment? So we have, let's just say District 2, there's 2 from 2 and 1 from 3 and 1 from 4. 4 doesn't have as much, if you will. It's not quite as much business district. I know there's over there on El Camino, but if you think of the Leeuwenhoek, whereas District 2 is right downtown, there's a lot more ability for District 2 to have that same representation. So I just want to make sure we don't get ourselves to a spot where we're forgetting what this is really for and making sure that the person that, or go for it.
So staff are going to respond. Yeah.
So Councilmember Schaefer, so as it's written or presented before you this evening, there shall be or there must be one representative from each district. And so if there is a vacancy, then staff would work on almost a continuous recruitment of that process until it's filled. What is not conveyed in here would be the ability to change this after it's approved to fill a district-specific seat with an at-large individual.
And so we talked about that, I think, during the briefing, but that is available to the council at the time.
That's available to the council now. If the
Correct,
council
of
wishes
course.
to.
But I'm just talking about as the years go by, making sure that we do fill that somehow and not leave it vacant as long as possible. If there's not somebody coming from whatever district that is.
I think if that scenario were to occur and there was an at-large member in a specific district that met the requirements of representing a business or organization from that district, then conceivably, I believe the council would have the ability to take that at-large member to move them into the vacant district seat as long as they meet the district requirements.
Got it.
And then that would potentially open the at-large vacancy.
Got it. Well, we'll see how this goes this first couple times around, but I think that I do see this being, we'll see where we get to from this, but that I do see that one becoming a little bit of an issue, but that's all I had to say.
Yeah, and to follow up on that, I think this is the one we kicked around the most in discussions about this. And the intention is, and this will be the first year, and I imagine when we come back after this, we'll rehash and figure out how to improve it. But we wanted to make sure that every district had representation. We also, in the same course, looked at the at-large as the opportunity to address the changing economic development of the city. As we know, El Camino was likely to change. Downtown is going to continuously change. And we wanted to have the ability to, as they evolve, have this commission reflect that. And the 4 districts were there to make sure that each district had representation. But then the business community as a whole, this commission would represent a microcosm of that. So that was the intention. To your point, this is the first go-around, and it may change next year. I think I can tell you, staff spent an exorbitant amount of time to get this to the best place we could for launch as far as representation. I don't know that we think it's perfect for what we got to, but we think this is the fairest of all the options that were thrown around, and it's the most open-ended to change starting point. I think that's a fair way to reflect it. So hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. I guess I'm going on record just as we go into this first phase in this, probably the first quarter of this coming year. I just see it, hopefully it's not a problem, but I do see it being a problem in the future.
So kind of building on what was just said about the location requirement for the person, this is a question. Is that their voting address where they're registered to vote? And so the fact that they have a business license for an Encinitas-based business, and they're a voter in D1, D2, D3, or D4. So it doesn't, it could be somebody living in D4 that has a business downtown 101, and they'll fill the D4 slot. Do I understand that correctly? I'm seeing a no down on.
We'll see.
Yeah. I don't think it's the location of the business. I think it's the location, and if we may want to clarify this in here is why I bring it up.
So I think this is where we got to, and we kicked this around.
Wait, hang on, because we don't want to. I want to let you can punch a button and we'll come around. Yeah. So. It can be constructed either way. We just want to make sure we have a meeting of the minds up here on what it should be. So, staff.
I interpret that to be however council is appointing that person. So if you're appointing them to fill the business district requirement, then it wouldn't matter where they're the registered voter, because only the at-large appointments have to be registered voters in the city. But if they're a business representative, they just have to be a business representative, owner, or operator within the city.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
So we should make it clear that you don't have to be a registered voter to be one of the D1, D2, D3, D4, and we should be clear on the ordinance that it is the registered location of the business for those.
So with C right now, it reads, there must be at least one member representing a business or organization from District 1, 2, 3, or 4.
Okay.
And then D says, for at-large appointments, each commissioner shall be a registered voter of the city.
Okay, great.
Does that satisfy
Yeah, so literally we can have an outside of the city, Carlsbad, wherever, owner, but if they have a business with a business license in the city of Encinitas registered in the appropriate district, then they qualify. Okay.
Yeah, we did
Good.
that because when we engaged in discussion November 19th, that was actually a point that was brought up, like how do you capture the owners who don't necessarily live in Encinitas, or how do you capture an employee of a business that doesn't necessarily live here but wants to represent the business that is located within the city limits?
Okay. And then moving on, if the motion maker would entertain deleting the subcommittee examples, they can still form subcommittees. I just don't want to lead the witness, so to speak, in the future.
Sure. Yeah, no, I think those were just put in there, again, in a motion of first year out. We just want to give some idea. I don't think they need to be there. I think this is going to be a highly motivated group of people.
I do too, yeah. And was there a second on the motion yet? Oh, darn, okay. Well, I was asking so I could, but either way, I think Marco got his name up there first, so we'll go with that. So, and you're okay with that friendly amendment? Okay, cool. And I will yield to Councilmember San Antonio. And then, did you need to? Oh, and Jim, did you want to go again? And I think we clarified.
No,
I think and answered everything.
I think we're great.
So
again,
we
I just want
got.
to thank everybody.
We have nobody else speaking, and we have a motion and a second on the. You want to read it back real quickly?
Yeah, I just wanted a point of clarification on
my city attorney.
for Section A. Did you guys decide on 7 or 9 members?
7 to 9 members.
I just to
No,
check
it's
is
7 or 9 is what the wording is.
It can say 729 in the event that somebody resigns or something. We might have 8 for an interim period then, rather than having 7 or only 9. You can actually have 8 just for that one meeting. So I would say actually 729 is better. And I just wanted to clarify that the motion will include the revisions as you see on the screen.
Okay, thank you. With the additional revision of the 7 to 9, so, and then delete the subcommittee examples.
Yes.
And that's the motion.
And a second.
Anybody else? Call the question. There we go.
That motion carries unanimously.
Excellent. Thank you. That brings us on to item number 4B. Overview. What's that now? Or 10B, I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you. But somebody's listening to me. Overview of the Urban Forest Advisory Committee 2024 accomplishments, committee structure, committee effectiveness, and review of Encinitas Municipal Code Chapter 15.02, the Municipal Tree Ordinance. And we will start with a staff report from Environmental Services Manager Steenblock.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members. Tonight, the staff is going to provide an overview of the Urban Forest Advisory Committee, or the UFAC. As a reminder, the UFAC was established in 2017 through City Council actions taken on May 14th and June 11th. City Council has asked the UFAC and staff to bring back some information, starting with the UFAC prior year accomplishments of 2024, which will be presented here momentarily by the committee chair, Brad Lefkowitz. We're also going to walk through a requested effectiveness assessment and evaluation of committee structural or functional change opportunities, as well as a review of Encinitas Municipal Code Chapter 1502. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Committee Chair Lefkowitz to walk through the 2024 accomplishments.
All right, thank you. Hello, Mayor and council members. Brad Lefkowitz, Chair of the Urban Forest Advisory Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the work we do at UFAC. It is something I've thoroughly enjoyed and very proud of, and I hope it is work we get to continue to do after tonight. I was asked to prepare a presentation on UFAC's 2024 accomplishments, so I've put together a brief overview highlighting our work during that year. I took over as chair in April of this year. While I'm happy to answer questions about our 2025 work if helpful, today's presentation focuses on 2024 per staff's request. I want to begin by highlighting the 6 duties of UFAC as currently defined by the municipal code. First, UFAC reviews and provides comments on tree plans prior to consideration by City Council. This can include things like planting plans for streetscapes or other capital improvement projects. Second, we review and provide comments on the approved tree species master list prior to City Council consideration. This is an area overdue for revisiting that would personally be a top priority in 2026, and something we've already begun to make progress on now that the mature tree preservation ordinance work is complete. Third, we review and provide comments to the city arborist on proposed city tree removals, except in emergency situations. I want to spend just a moment here because I believe many people would say this should be the most important role of UFAC. This duty is designed to give the public notice and a forum to weigh in on discretionary decisions affecting the city's tree canopy. These are often decisions involving large, highly visible trees, and it's important to many of our neighbors that those conversations happen in the open. Fourth, UFAC advises city staff regarding public outreach and education related to the urban forest, including Arbor Day. Fifth, we review and consider heritage tree applications in consultation with the city arborist and make recommendations to the Planning Commission. And sixth, we review and provide comments to the city arborist on proposed changes to the city's urban forest management program. Turning to what we accomplished in 2024, the staff report includes a more comprehensive list organized by those 6 duties I just mentioned, but I wanted to highlight a few of the items a bit differently. First, ongoing work. These are matters regularly presented to UFAC that often recur throughout the year and from year to year, so they're a little harder to check off as complete. In 2024, we provided a community forum for residents to appeal or question discretionary tree removals. Again, this is what many people would consider the core function of the committee. We evaluated tree risk reports for downtown ficus trees and eucalyptus trees on the 101. These are very large, long-lived trees that require thoughtful decision-making, not just once, but repeatedly over time. And for many residents, it's incredibly important that those decisions are made with proper notice and opportunity for public input. We reviewed and made recommendations on multiple heritage tree nominations. We supported the city's ongoing Tree City USA certification, for which having a tree board is one of the qualifying criteria. Next slide, please. Second, I want to highlight a few things that we can more cleanly check off as complete from 2024. We advised the City Council and staff on the South American palm weevil infestation. This was really the main issue when I joined in 2023, and it was an evolving one that continued into 2024. Ultimately, when the numbers were presented to us about how prohibitively expensive it would be to protect Canary Island palms around the city and the indiscriminate insecticides that are needed to do so, the committee recommended protecting a single Canary Island palm, our iconic landmark at Moonlight Beach. Because this decision also meant that many palms across the city would not be protected, it was especially important that those conversations happened publicly and on the record so residents could see those decisions were not made lightly. We made recommendations about how to improve the conditions for trees in parking lots and subsequently increase shade. That is something we're still hoping will come before council, as there was some really good public input and pretty strong consensus on that topic. We helped organize a really successful Arbor Day, and we developed our first work plan. Now lastly, next slide please. Oh, it's right, it's at the bottom of that one. I want to touch on one effort we began in 2024, creating a master list of preferred tree species. That work was pushed to the side this year as the mature tree preservation ordinance took up the bulk of our time, but we've recently picked it back up and would personally be my top priority heading into 2026, subject to council direction. So in closing for my portion of the presentation, I really want to highlight how excited I am about our current committee. We have 7 volunteer experts with a really impressive array of skill sets. We have one of the preeminent native plant experts in the region who is also a certified arborist. We have the CEO of the largest growing operation in the country. We have an attorney with experience in state law. We have experts in green energy, fruit trees, landscape design, and we have committee members with a long history with UFAC that bring incredibly valuable institutional knowledge. I also want to point out that our meetings are regularly attended by absolute legends in the fields of agriculture. So not only are we getting free input from committee members, we are regularly getting free input from some really heavy hitters that come from the city's rich ag history. Councilmember Schaefer, when you and I spoke the other day, and thank you as always for your time, you encouraged me to bring a few of my own ideas to the presentation here, so I editorialized a bit during that presentation, and I have a few more ideas, but we have 6 other committee members. We have Robin Hanson here as well, all of whose opinions I value greatly, and I think it's safe to say that we are all eager for the opportunity to get direction from council to continue to serve the city in a way that you all deem is most effective. Already, from putting the committee under the microscope earlier this year, we have improved communication with staff, we have improved access to the agendas, as well as getting the meetings on YouTube for increased transparency and access for the public. I hope we can continue that trajectory into the new year, and I look forward to hearing the ideas all you have to do just that. Thank you for this opportunity to address the council, and I'll turn it back to Mr. Steenblock.
All right, so I will look to round this out. We have a couple more check boxes that City Council had asked staff to provide some information on, including the effectiveness assessment of the UFAC, evaluating committee structural or functional change opportunities, as well as evaluating the Encinitas Municipal Code, Chapter 1502. So I won't go over this again, but this is really the anchor point of the UFAC is the items listed in Chapter 1502, the roles and responsibilities of the committee as it's established now. Why that's important is as we go into this item, the committee effectiveness assessment. So we were asked by City Council to evaluate the effectiveness of the committee, and one of the ways that we felt was appropriate to do so is to look through the archive of the meeting minutes since 2017 and use an AI analysis tool to evaluate the agenda items. All the agenda items were classified against the 6 duties defined in Chapter 1502, the A through F that was on the prior slide. Really intended to provide an objective assessment tool. It's an order of magnitude, if you will. It really evaluates the extent of work in the various areas of responsibility, a lot of which have just been reviewed in the 2024 accomplishments list. The chart you're looking at here is sort of the collective of the different metrics that were evaluated through the AI analysis tool. To sort of give an index of the various areas that the UFAC works within, and sort of gives again an order of magnitude in terms of the extent of the work done in each of those areas of responsibility. And then finally, subjectively, the UFAC provides a variety of functions in overall support of the city's urban forest. This was really the original tenet of the when the UFAC was established in 2017. And that's largely been served all the way through current times. Moving on to the committee in terms of structural or functional changes, this is a chart that was prepared for the agenda report. I really won't go through all the details because there's a lot of words and a lot to look at here, but the intent here was to identify some of the sort of, let's call it the core concepts within the established UFAC functional or structural or functional or structure, I should say. Focused mostly on the city arborist and obviously the establishment of the UFAC. We offered some pros and cons and risk related, and they range everything from maintaining the status quo to eliminating the UFAC or redefining the city arborist as a city staff person. Where this really comes into play is in the next slide. So any revisions to the Encinitas Municipal Code would really actualize any of these changes that were desired. So Encinitas Municipal Code revisions could come in a range of strategies that could be applied. Everything from redefining or amending the roles and responsibility of the arborist, the roles and responsibilities of the UFAC, amending the composition or government structure, the advisory function, who is the UFAC advisory to, and the authority of the UFAC, and then lastly, the requirements for increased accountability, such as a work plan, reports, and presentations to City Council, which clearly is a path that we are already initiated as the UFAC has established their first work plan just this past year, and completed their first 2024 report out about 2 minutes ago. So that's where we're at. So just as a reminder to City Council, the staff recommendation is to receive the report and provide direction to staff on any desired changes to the current structure and function of the UFAC, including revisions to the Encinitas Municipal Code. I'm going to turn it over to City Council for what I anticipate to be a robust discussion, and we have a powerhouse of staff and consultants and community members here to help answer any questions and fill in any gaps. So with that, I'll turn it over.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any preliminary questions first, or is the lineup I've got right now primarily deliberation? Sounds like it's deliberation. And how many public do we have?
At the moment, we have 4.
Okay, let's go with 4 with a full 3 minutes.
Tony, first.
5. I said 5, right? Yeah, I'm assuming Mark's putting
First
into
three
this.
speakers, Tony Gurno, followed by Mark Jenny, and then Russell Levan.
I promise this item will be the last that you have to hear from me tonight. I want to speak as a two-time UFAC member, but as an individual. And I want to say right away that I'm majorly in support of the current recommendation committee approach to this body, because what that allows is somebody like myself who has, this is not going to be controversial. I have strong opinions when it comes to tree matters, and they're not unfounded. So I actually am a certified arborist. I'm tree risk assessment qualified. I'm a certified urban forest professional, but these are kind of standard assumed credentials for somebody in my professional role. And the things that are more unique that I bring to not only this particular body, but this work with our city, is I'm also a published author, both in book form and peer-reviewed scientific publications on this exact subject. I've led workshops extensively, not only in this region, but in 3 other countries. I've worked on federal tree conservation and research-related projects in seven different states, as well as for the state of California. And so my background in all of this is actually rooted not only in terms of like the professional culture of how to manage trees in obviously a very unnatural environment like an urban space, but also in things like looking forward and how we best plan for a changing future, particularly because trees are such a weighty investment and something that has a long lead time to any real significant changes. So I want to just acknowledge that this is something that for me matters a lot, because as I've already mentioned, I really like to volunteer on behalf of the city, and the resource that I have that is the most valuable thing that I can offer to this city and this community is particularly my expertise in this exact subject. And so my hope is that I will continue to have at least as much opportunity to kind of provide what I can to this effort on behalf of our whole community, if not actually more. And so my personal want would be that there would be an elevated ask for the Urban Forest Advisory Committee, like be more demanding, more specific, and we will deliver. And that's my hope from this conversation tonight.
Okay, next.
Hi, I'm Mark. I'm not gonna try to follow Tony's list of credentials. He's great. I've been on the UFAC since its inception. I was the chair until Brad was kind enough to accept that role. I appreciate Brad and everybody on the committee. Volunteers obviously do a lot to help the city wheels turn and make the city function for the residents and the people who work and visit here. When you look at the big picture of the city of Encinitas, UFAC is pretty small potatoes. So yes, the responsibilities of the UFAC could easily be divided up among other groups. For example, the city arborist, as was mentioned before, the city Public Works, they've been great partners. They're knowledgeable, and they do great work. The UFAC tasks, if they were put on them, would have to be balanced against the other priorities that these groups have. And as far as I know, they haven't been begging for more work. The other thing you could do, of course, is farm this out to another commission. Again, you would be putting work on people who are already pretty busy. What you would lose also is the expertise that the UFAC brings to these tasks. And of course, it's fully in the council's power to decide that they want to handle trees in a different way, that maybe we spend too much time and money on trees as it is now. That's within your purview. I think those 3 options are all not my preferred options, for the reason that one of the big benefits of the UFAC is to have a forum for the citizens to discuss tree issues with knowledgeable people. And we provide that as volunteers. And I think if we can continue having the UFAC, however it's organized, as a standing body to address some of these routine issues that come up, rather than being a committee that's formed over and over again, that stability will help and help make the city responsive to the citizens for tree issues like this. I guess what I'm thinking is you guys and the city as a whole are getting a pretty sweet deal with these great volunteers that are devoted to solving tree issues and making the city work. Thanks.
Thank you.
Following Russell Levan, it'll be Sheila Cameron, Rachel Graves, and then Mark Wisniewski.
Good evening. First, before I forget, please keep the UFAC around. I think it's an incredible committee, and they've done amazing work since the inception of this. I think you have a treasure trove of incredibly knowledgeable experts regarding trees, all things trees, from what would be appropriate species lists to produce, which before they existed, it was years since they'd updated the lists of appropriate street trees. And so this is the kind of thing that you really need some people that are invested and experts at this. And why dilute that by pushing it on to other committees or commissions? So I think that you have, as the last person said, just an amazingly, we're lucky to have these people helping us. I know that in the past, during, for example, the streetscape planning, whether people were for or against it, one of the number one issues for 20 years was about trees. People were upset, I'll say, or more than upset when trees were going to be cut down, whether they wanted streetscape to go in or not. And I've experienced many times where I've gone down to watch as they're cutting down a tree to see if it was an appropriate tree to cut down. And I think the city has gotten remarkably better at this, where they're identifying trees that are damaged and dangerous. And it is fascinating to sit there on the side of the road watching this. For the entire day I've done this. And I've done this probably 10 times, where I've spent many hours. And people are driving by and they are pissed because they're losing their trees. They don't understand why they're losing their trees, but in the last few years, we've been able to better identify and educate the public because of UFAC on the reason why some of these trees have to come down. So I think you'd be going backwards if you disbanded this group. I think that other ways that they're doing educational programming through Arbor Day celebrations, and I think that's one of the most critical parts of this, is to get the public educated on the value of trees. They just don't realize how important it is. And there you go, I'm advertising. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sheila?
I had a swim class today, and I'm still trying to recover. Okay, my personal opinion, having been involved with this since 2017, attending many, many meetings over the years, and being part of the group, Bruce Jennings, Mark Jenny, and myself wrote the first tree policy and the tree maintenance policy for nothing. Since then, it's been written rewritten a couple times. You've put out hundreds of thousands of dollars for consultants to basically write what we wrote. But anyway, I think this group has outused their usefulness. You know, there are so many meetings, commissions, committees to go to. It's like trying to plug up the holes in a dike for citizens. You try to go to a lot of things. You have the problem, but we do, and I'm out of fingers. I really think this group needs to be melded into the Environmental Commission. That's what it's there for, okay? And they can take it on. They're not that busy. And climate change, all those things need to be rolled into one. If you want to add one or two of these people, like Mark, Jenny, onto this committee, the Environmental Committee, as advisors, fine. Or whenever there's trees on it, let them come in and speak to it like the rest of us do. But this committee spent its first several years cutting down every tree they could cut down, and it was a disaster. All the trees that were part of the community character in Leucadia, they're gone, and some of them definitely didn't need to be. You could go to every tree in this city and put the little thing around it and look to see what's red, blue, yellow, and whether or not you're going to cut it. We probably wouldn't have any trees. And these trees are the trees that get rid of the greenhouse gases. When you replace them with the little pithy trees that are in a pot this big and they're this tall, even in 25 years, they're never going to do the job the trees we have now are doing. I think it's time for this committee to end, and it's had a good run, and you've got their wrap-up now, so take it and give it to the Environmental Committee. Let them participate as they want to. Okay, thanks.
Rachel Graves. I probably will agree a little bit more with Sheila, but I do want to thank everyone who's on the committee. I think they work really hard and have been trying really hard to make a really good tree ordinance, but I think it's taken a long time. And I will point out that for the first 9 years, maybe 10 years, well, I guess 9 years of this committee, the public wasn't being properly engaged. I pointed out earlier this year that none of the emails from the public ever reached the committee. They got stopped at Dudek. They went to Dudek. They didn't come through the city, and no one at the committee ever heard from the public. And I actually know a lot of people who wrote in, and the committee somehow never noticed that they never got any comments from the public before their meetings. So that's a little bit of a concern. My other main concern is committee versus commission, those are two different things. Committees are usually formed shorter term, commissions are more permanent. That's for the attorney to deal with. But I would like you to be aware of the amount of staff that goes into each of these meetings. I've been to, I think, 4 or 5 of them this year. I just learned about the committee, and each one has somewhere between 5 to 8 staff members for several hours. I also don't prefer to hire out consultants for jobs like this. If we're going to have a committee and a consultant, I guess maybe I would rather have an in-staff arborist and maybe have people from this committee join other committees and help that arborist. But I don't agree with having a hired out contractor and then have 7 staff members giving presentations and watching the meeting and being there available. That's a lot of staff time and a lot of city resources for a committee that repeatedly pushes agenda item to the next meeting, to the next meeting, to the next meeting. And if you look at their agenda from a year or 2 ago, we're still working on a lot of the same agenda items today. And so I just want you to all be aware of that. it's hard to be aware of all of the details, but that's just what I've observed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Final speaker, Mark Wisniewski.
Good evening, Mayor Ehlers, Deputy Mayor Lyons, members of the council. Mark Wisniewski, consulting arborist and urban forester. And what this city needs to do, in my opinion, is one, keep UFAC and not hire a city arborist, but a city urban forester. Somebody who can write a management plan, a maintenance plan, somebody who can specify what trees need to be pruned, how they need to be pruned, and how much. Because right now, we're spending money over pruning the majority of the street trees. We're paying for it, but we don't need to. Unless somebody, also, that urban forester could determine if the trees were properly pruned before payments are made to the contractor. Now, one of the first things UFAC did, it's not in one of those boxes, and that was to get the city to establish clearance pruning standards for trees in contributing to traffic safety. Now, the trees are getting over-pruned, but they're not getting pruned properly according to those clearance standards. So we're wasting money, and an urban forester would be able to identify the proper way to prune the trees so we have safety, we have trees. And what we are throwing money away now on would probably pay for the urban forester. So it would be maybe a bigger savings than that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That concludes public speakers on this item.
Okay. And with that, we'll go to council deliberation and start with Councilmember Lyons.
Mark, before you sit down, could I ask you, could I ask you please to come to the mic again? And I wanted to get your narrative of how an urban forester and an arborist would be different. Could you just shed some brief light on that?
Well, an urban forester writes management plans for the urban forest, and that includes what trees you use, what trees you remove, when you remove them. They also write maintenance plans, how you prune the trees. They also do tree risk assessments. And the arborist, mostly, so I'm a consulting arborist, but most arborists, when you think of that, they're the guys and gals who are pruning the trees. Right now, the decisions are made how a tree gets pruned rests in the hands of the guys holding the chainsaw. He goes up in the tree, he's got no specification of what he's supposed to do, how he's supposed to do it, and to what degree.
Okay.
So when you look at the trees in town and you see daylight through them, it's because they've been over-pruned for the most part.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate your professional insights on that. And I'd like to ask the city manager too, if you could give us, I know you shared the data with all the city council members on the costs of staff at the UFAC meetings. Would you be prepared to give that update on what the cost is?
Actually, staff can do that. Public Works staff has that as well.
All right. I'll redirect my question then.
Thank you for the question, Councilwoman. We spend about 210 hours of staff time per year in direct support of UFAC, and so those are items that come before UFAC that might be heard elsewhere, but the effort is concentrated there, and just on a salary basis, that amounts to about $11,600 per year. That's salary only. So I hope that gives you the scope you're looking for.
Thank you. That's aligned with the data that I got earlier. So thank you for presenting that. I think it's good to put that in context based on questions and comments that were offered. So I know that our community is a community that really supports trees. I remember a mere 8 years ago, 9 years ago, 8 years ago, when this UFAC was considered and formed. I was on the Environmental Commission at the time, and so I was peripheral to understanding what was happening with forming UFAC. And in that short amount of time, I think we've made great strides. And I think we can go way further with the amount of attention and specialty expertise that we're able to draw in for free in our community to offer us their sage advice on how we can best manage our trees. That's priceless to me. And I look forward to us continuing to focus on this as a priority for our city. Not only do I feel this way, but we even have in our general plan our resource management element, which clearly articulates how important trees and tree preservation is in our city. And for us to say that can just be absorbed somewhere else, I think is just suffocating it. That just makes it go away. I want to do just the opposite. I want to really highlight it and give it the prominence that I think it is warranted to continue to allow it to mature and to serve the city really well. I'll start by saying I was a little confused by the staff report when they profiled how they aggregated some information to give us an AI summary of what the UFAC has done. So I asked our staff a lot of questions in my briefing, and I would like to just overview what the AI is and what it isn't, not only for this item, but I think I just need more broad education about what can AI do for us. I think we're all in a learning curve on that. So for my benefit, I asked these questions, and I hope there's some benefit to the public in this regard. But what it did, AI searched documents, it searched our ordinance, it searched the 6 duties, and it searched the meeting minutes for the numbers of times certain phrases were stated in those documents. So so I think it's important we know that's what it is. And Jessica, you're there. I'm not sure. I may have some more questions for you to highlight. But it's my understanding that what that means is it's like a volume of activity. How much activity are in these documents that are Word documents? And somehow that then will tell us something about UFAC. Is there anything I said there that's incorrect? Would you like to add?
No, that's very on par with what we did. So similarly to how you would use a calculator, we were able to take 9 years of data, analyze it, and essentially add information together based on that. If you'd like more details technically how we did that, I can go through that as well.
I don't need that right now, but thank you for explaining what we did to use AI. So it's okay. I mean, that's kind of one data point, and I appreciate that. And it's important to me to know what it is and what it isn't. But what it doesn't do is count the hours of that experts have volunteered, the hours that experts have volunteered to our city. What it also doesn't do is tally the amount of outreach and the number of comments and the number of people in attendance. And now we have a webcast. So we could even get more breadth of attendance now that UFAC is on the dais and part of our webcast. And it doesn't tally the number of trees managed and thriving. So I wanted to point out those are just a few things that aren't captured in the AI staff summary. So I think I'll throw out what my thoughts are right now without making a motion because I haven't heard from my colleagues. And I think that might be premature, and I'd love to work with them, and I hope we share some sentiments. I think UFAC has been operating a little bit in an area between a committee and a commission already. Its intent is to advise the city council. I would like to see it have more duties, and my brain just goes to elevating it to a commission. So some of the duties I would love to see it also handle go to Mark Wisniewski's. Sorry, Mark stumbled. Mark's comments. and when it comes to the arborist scope of work, I know that there's some differences of opinion about it, and I think that could be made more transparent and daylighted and have more dialogue around the arborist scope of work. But when you mentioned the urban forester, it's almost like a light bulb went off, because it's maybe that's what we need, someone who can look at our urban forest more comprehensively, bigger, larger scale, not specifically just how do you direct the guy with the chainsaw to prune the tree, but how do we manage the urban forest as an integral and whole element, living element? We will have more success if we do that. So based on your comments, I will revise my suggestion that it might benefit us all if we look at the role of an urban forester and as a broader one than simply an arborist, and look at a scope of work. I would like this body of experts to be more entrusted or have more authority, or to be asked to recommend to city on more things. Like I heard mentioned earlier, they've been looking into planting trees in parking lots, and what are some better standards for doing that so that we provide more shade, so that the trees live and thrive better. They've already done some work, and yet that hasn't come to city council. So I would like to make that connection a little more stronger. And we continue to move forward as a city to develop our other tree-related policies better, and one is the mature tree ordinance. That's coming. It's not before us. It hasn't come before us, but it's gone to UFAC. I know they have some thoughts and some recommendations. It's gone to the public. It's just not yet to us, but we are still moving forward with, and the community wants us to move forward with having a mature tree ordinance. And I just see us going from strength to strength when it comes to our mature trees. So I just would like to close by saying I hope we don't give up on our urban trees. I think we are a tree-loving city, and I'd like to see how we can adjust the ship a little bit here and make it stronger and better for us. I'll yield.
Okay, Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
Absolutely. No, we're absolutely a tree-loving city, and I'm going to take away from some of that. But before I get into city, I want to get some clarification from staff on some of the numbers thrown out there. $11,600, 210 hours. How many average staff members out at each meeting according to your calculations?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. That's typically 2 dedicated staff per meeting and additional staff that attends on occasion. So your head count at a given meeting is around 2.5 to 3. But there's
we're hearing there's 7.
I'm giving you the best information I have.
I get it. So what I'm pointing at is that information may not be accurate. We're finding out. I appreciate the time, because I'm sure it was not easy to figure that out. And I'm guessing based on that, it doesn't also include the number of hours spent with our UFAC commission when they're not in a meeting. I also noticed you didn't include the $4,000 for the arborist that goes to those meetings.
I'm sorry, sir.
The arborist that does as a city employee is $4,000.
Yes, sir. The arborist is a contract through Dudek, and you're correct. The question,
so he wasn't included in that. Right. So it's more than the number that was quoted. It's not a small investment. It's bigger than what it sounds like. But I think it's important to have those numbers clear, that the numbers we were given may not be as accurate as the reality. Just so we're all on the same page.
Can I jump in? I'm sorry. So these numbers are based on an average. Occasionally, we do have people from planning that come to present. But they're not involved in the meeting for the entire duration. These numbers were taken from
I understand that the best numbers you have, they're not accurate, but that's okay. Appreciate that. Just wanted to point out that there was some information missing. I don't think there's any reason on purpose. I think they're hard numbers to track. I totally get it. But I just think it's important that we don't undersell something. We give the full transparent picture. The duty enhancement chart, I believe that's the AI that was referenced. One of the things it doesn't measure is outcomes. And what I heard was it measures the number of times through the agenda that an item is measured. And so you start to get into the question of, how many meetings does it take to get an outcome? And I don't believe that information was in part of the algorithm, correct?
No, that is correct. We took data from prior meetings, meeting minutes, publicly available data, and we did not look at that.
So for the tree ordinance, which we gave the UFAC over a year ago, it's been on there 12 times. It would appear that they worked on it 12 times, but we are having yet to get it back. Okay. However many times. It may be 8 times, maybe 12 times. I don't have the exact data. I apologize if I'm, but it's been there for a year, and every time it shows up as being part of the agenda and following through on the agenda, correct?
Yes.
But the outcome.
Yubi, if you want to speak to that piece.
So, to produce the results, objective basic calculator level math was applied to over 1,000 pages of public records spanning 9 years to count what occurred under each statutory duty, nothing more. So the assessment relied solely on publicly available UFAC agendas and minutes from 2017 through 2025. And an AI-based language model was used solely as a clerical aid to identify, categorize, and count agenda items relative to the 6 duties expressed, defined in the municipal code without any kind of interpretation, weighting, or evaluation of merit.
That's great. It's a great job. You did exactly what we appreciate. I want to make sure that it's clear what we're looking at across the board. I think the public deserves that. I think council in their decision needs to have the correct information and all of how that information was attained transparently brought forward. So I appreciate that. Thank you. Now that we get the transparency of that and the clarification, I want to talk about the bigger picture here. And right now in this city, we contract out our city arborist. Our city arborist works directly with our service for our tree service, and it doesn't come through the city. Our city arborist has admitted to being reliant on UFAC. I believe it's a really inefficient way to run a city. It sure as heck costs a lot more, and it takes a lot longer, we're seeing. Again, the tree ordinance has been out for over a year. What we should be doing as a city is we should be hiring an arborist / I believe urban forester, forest planner, which is what a lot of our relative neighbors do. So to save money, to make the process more efficient, and I think we would still use a lot of the services we use, but it would give us, the city, more efficient control over it. The efficient ability to respond to our public, our population, our residents. Looking at the list of duties that the UFAC currently serves and that the arborist currently serves, it would be very easy to divide them up. But I think it starts with looking at what do we need to do to provide the best tree service for our city. Before you even get to UFAC, that starts with our city arborist situation, our city urban forest planner. So I would start by bringing that job in-house. I propose we bring that to the budget meeting. We look at hiring a city arborist. We've had a great relationship with our current situation, but I think it's time to move on to something to be more effective, maintain that relationship in a different light, and then work directly through the city to our tree trimming service. Because to Mark's point, we'll get better service. The arborist will actually be directly related to the city. We'll go out there and check on the trees. Some of it in an urban forest is if you over trim the trees, you actually kill the trees. You have a negative output and you end up having to chop more trees down than you want to. Within that, I would move to, at this time, either dissolve the UFAC under those terms so that we could reestablish the need under our new city arborist or urban forest management, or make it a subcommittee of the existing commission. In this case, it seems like a likelihood would be the Environmental Commission, where it probably stemmed from. But certainly, I look at the roles that the UFAC takes, and I look at the job of an arborist or a city forest manager, and I look at Article A, review and provide comments on tree plans. An arborist is very capable of doing that. Review and provide comments on the approved tree species master list. That is just this side of this point. AI can do that. Our arborist will certainly have the capability to do that. An urban forest manager will do that with hands-on activity. Review and provide comments to the city arborist. I think the arborist will have those comments. Advise city staff regarding programs with public outreach. I think staff, we've shown an ability to do that. And certainly if we have a subcommittee set up to do that, that makes a little more sense. Review and consider heritage tree applications. I think that needs to be brought into house and reconsidered altogether so that we have a standard procedure to establish what heritage trees are, the process we go through, and then the arborist can do that, bring that to council, and we can vote on it. Review and provide comments to the city arborist on proposed changes to the city's urban forest management plan. Again, a lot of these decisions need to be made a lot quicker, and we're getting to the point where it takes an awful long time. I do think within this, we have a great group of volunteers on the UFAC, and part of the reason I think this is the right time to do it is we have new commission appointment opportunities coming up that I would encourage all of them when UFAC is moved, if they want to wait and see what the urban forest manager does or the city arborist, whichever direction we go, or hopefully we go both. I think we find somebody who has that skill set. I would encourage them to reapply to whatever that is, or to apply to any of the upcoming commissions that are going to be available. The Environmental Commission is going to need some people. So we have the opportunity to take these volunteers, continue to invite them to join in, upgrade our city staff, upgrade our ability to perform financially more fiscally responsible, and to address the exact need of the city, which isn't just a contracted arborist. It's an urban forestry manager / arborist. Somebody with a very specific skill set to our city that is accountable to our city and its residents. I'm going to rest right now, and I'm sure I'll be back.
Councilmember San Antonio.
Let's see. So, thank you, Mark, for that, bringing up the urban forester manager. That's, to me, that was pretty interesting. I thought, was it Matt? Mark? Yeah, thank you. That was that's very interesting to me to hear the role that they have or the role that they would play versus a city arborist or work in conjunction with that. I'm up in the air on this, but I do know that, like Tony, I watch all of Tony's videos when he posts them. They're really interesting. It's something outside of what I think about in my daily life, and he presents it in a way that it's like Jim says, is how do you eat an elephant? It's like one bite at a time. I look at it, I'm like, oh, cool. I can take these little bits that he puts out there, and I take it in, and it's interesting to me. It makes it interesting the way he presents it. So we have a lot of people that specialize or are specialists in things here in the city. Sheila obviously brings a lot to the table from all of your experience. I've talked to some people about drainage and Leucadia. There's just people that it's not their job, but they love what they bring. They love what they can bring to the city, and they're just citizens. Scott Campbell, he's super interested in bringing us information. I talked to Suzanne Stone about stuff. It's so many people have a specialty or are interested in so many little things within the city that like I said, I know that this might be on the table that UFAC gets dissolved, but Sheila comes and talks when she wants to talk about something important in the city, and she's not part of a commission. I think you brought it up yourself that you thought it should be dissolved, and there are other times to speak, and I think what she brought up made sense to me, that there are other places to speak about these important topics that you guys are specialized or have a specialty in or have a passion for. So to me, it makes sense that maybe this might be the place or might be the place to dissolve it. I don't know. Like I said, I'm still up in the air. But I do know that there are very involved people that can speak at the commission, that have spoken or speak at the commissions, and they're not. They're volunteers. This just the same volunteer, whether you're a volunteer citizen or a volunteer in this committee. I spoke to a resident earlier this week, and I think to what Mark said about the urban forester, finding the correct tree, finding the correct placement, the correct purpose, and the correct use for a tree in the public right-of-way, or in general, that makes more sense to me than, I guess, just cutting down a tree. So it makes sense that the urban forester, that job alone, I think, makes more sense to me than, necessarily just city arborist. Maybe, like I said, work in conjunction with it or whatnot, or maybe it's the same. Find one that is an arborist as well as an urban manager, but. I guess I'll just leave it there for right now.
Okay, I'll hop in now. First of all, I think we're very, very fortunate to have the level of expertise on that committee that we have right now. And we have the right people, whether they're focused on getting done the right stuff yet, I don't know, and I'll talk more about that. One thing I appreciate is the homegrown nature of the urban forest management plan and the documents that Sheila and Mark have talked about and the committee has talked about and crafted. I really appreciate that. I actually, as we've moved forward as a city, we've gone from what would have been a really homegrown general plan and a lot of homegrown documents to outside consultants bringing us cookie cutter documents telling us how to manage our land, how to do our housing element, how to do our circulation element. I'm here to tell you that I don't like that. I want to stop it. I want to go back to having our citizens do it. So I think the idea of the UFAC is good. So then I took the next step and I said, hey, how do I tell what they've been doing, what they should do? Very similar to what you did with the AI. I went back and I looked at the Urban Forest Municipal Code, section 15.02.050, and there are basically 6 purposes. And just to summarize them, so we're all talking about, this is the purpose of the UFAC. Tree plants, review tree plants, great. Approve tree species master list, 2. Look at proposed tree removals by the city. 4, public outreach and education, and consider heritage tree applications 5, and review the urban forest management program. And so I looked at that and I started going down them going, and rather than artificial intelligence, I use non-artificial intelligence, mine. I went and pulled the last 15 months, 18 months of agendas. And I did see a lot of repeated topics without conclusion. Now, I'm not going to throw UFAC under the bus for the mature tree ordinance. That is an extremely difficult thing to do. And I still don't know whether in the end I'll support it. And I think, I think I've even talked to Brad about it. And I even showed up when we pushed it back to you and said, hey, take another look at this. There are too many unintended consequences. And I came and gave that pitch to the entire so I can't use that. But I'm going to pick on one. I'm sorry. It's the approved tree species master list. And I just went back and during my briefing, staff sent me the link to it. I pull up the link and it's embedded several places under different names. And when I looked at it, the link that's on the website says it was last updated in 2014. 2014, that's before UFAC, right? UFAC is 2017. In the code, that's been one of the objectives for this committee. And we haven't gotten it updated, we haven't gotten it unified. Now, I don't want to throw out the baby with the bathwater. What I'd like to do is, and I think it may be somewhere in between the two extremes here, is I'd like to see for this year, let's get this group refocused and see what we can do to really get this done, where we have a consistent tree. I'm going to use the example of the tree master species list, and have it work with the native plant ordinance, and we make sure we get that together and get it published in the next year, and then judge the UFAC based on that. That's where I would come from. And I could go down to each one of these different purposes. As I looked through the various agendas, I could see that we just weren't making the progress I would have liked. Arbor Day, I think we knocked it out of the park. We have a great Arbor Day. That's one of the 6. And the Urban Forest Management Plan, I think that was updated a while ago and came out and was updated again. So we did well there. But I think there are some additional objectives that need better focus to bring it all together and unify it under trees. So I do see, at least for the next year, purpose in the UFAC. I think it needs to be recalibrated, and I called it a course correction. And Tony, I think you hit it on the nose. Demand more, not less. And say, we want this done, we want it done in the next year is where I would go. On the bigger picture, whether it's a committee or commission, I think that is absolutely something we should discuss and agendize in the future. Whether the arborist is an arborist or a city forester is a budget question coming up, and February 2nd and 3rd is our goal-setting session, off-site goal-setting session. That's a good place to bring that up, and I can guarantee you we will. And then the other one was the comment about the public input and email. I would ask staff to address that so that public input is not broken going forward.
Mayor, that has been addressed, and we actually have an email that goes specifically to staff.
Excellent. Okay. So I don't know that I have a motion. Have we heard? We haven't heard from everybody, so I'm going to let it go. I will yield to Councilmember Schaefer, and I'll come back later with a motion.
Well,
if needed.
yeah, thank you, Mayor. I agree with you 100% that we don't want to throw out the baby with the bathwater, and I think there's a lack of product that's come from it. I think that the committee was set up for a certain purpose, and I think it's kind of floundered. Tony, you said it right. Demand more of us. Problem is I don't know what you know. So you demand more of you, and then bring it to us. Do you know what I'm saying? Like that, I'm not picking on you. I agree with what you're saying. I think if you guys can refine it and give it back to us exactly what it is we can do and push the limits. I think you can see that this council so far, this last year, we've pushed the limits on the stuff that's uniquely backing up Encinitas to become reorganized as we're turning 40 next year, as you are turning 40 next year. It's time for us to reincorporate mentally in kind of the remodel phase of Encinitas. A lot of the old systems and everything we live on is still from the county. And if we don't take the time now to do it properly, and I'm talking about safety, security, infrastructure, all the other stuff, the mobility and circulation. Along with that is the beautification. We already live in this amazing, beautiful spot. But I do believe that to have 7, outstanding volunteers that really dedicate their time in areas that I just don't. I think that's the benefit of a community. And so I wouldn't want to get rid of that alone, just by the mere fact that you're willing to be highly interested in something that I don't spend my time doing, but I appreciate it when I get to drive by and walk by and do all the stuff. So that's what makes a community go. So I'm in agreement with the mayor that if we can get this next year, we can focus it, maybe it adjust it, maybe we get the urban forester that can back this up, and we can get a little bit more pointed on exactly what we can do, and let's be more bold and set a 10-year, some kind of real goal that it's not going to get done in 1 year, but we can go after it because again, this was a committee set up for a very specific purpose with the ficus downtown, and now that's been taken care of. So if the committee wants to become a commission or wants to sustain itself. Show us something we don't know, and show us the city. You see what the botanical gardens have done over the years, and it's gorgeous what they do there, and the lightscape and all that. I don't think we can bring all those trees into the city because they're not native species and whatnot. But that's kind of the idea of what we're trying to get at, is something that's a little bit more bold in that direction. For $11,600 a year. I know the arborists, and so even if it was $20,000 a year, just the one heritage tree would cost more than that. So I can't the one that the Christmas tree light, so that you can't, that's just one tree that is worth that amount. So I just can't get rid of a committee of a group of people that are looking out for an area that personally, and I don't think enough people, but I know everybody 100% appreciate it, but I don't think enough people are as interested. So it's a value that you can't throw away for whatever it is under 20K. We just need to make sure it's organized. I would, the chair, along with the rest of the group that's willing to lean into this, come back with an outstanding plan and I guess hopefully wow us so that it doesn't dissolve, because it's right there right now. It's fluttering. For all its greatness, it hasn't shown the full value, as the mayor just pointed out eloquently. So, thank you.
Okay, we'll go on to Councilmember Lyons.
Thank you, Councilmember Schaefer. I think that was you had some really good points, so appreciate it. And I really like what the mayor said about really continuing to focus on the citizen focus, what we want, what we've said we want, and making sure that there's an opportunity for the citizens, the community, to come in and have dialogue with this group of experts. The committee itself creates that opportunity, and that's unique. So I'm in support of the view that maybe it's best at this point to look incrementally at where do we make our first move to challenge UFAC, to look at their goals more precisely, measure their outcomes, and demand more. And I think that would be something that the whole community would embrace. And Mayor, you mentioned some knock out of the park things that appeal to you, but the one knock out of the park thing that appeals to me about UFAC is the heritage tree groves. Just this last year, they spent a couple meetings getting public input and really refining our heritage tree program to expand that to heritage groves. That is so powerful for our community. I hope we can get more out to the community about that, because if there are trees in the public or private property and groves, more than one, so you're talking habitat now and value to our community, people can put those forward for designation as heritage trees, and that elevates their significance for preservation and for attention and for care and for stewardship. We all can then be ambassadors and steward our urban forests. That's the one that I want to call out as really exceeding my expectations, and I've been glad to see them do. I'd be interested in our next 2016 budget conversations to address what Deputy Mayor O'Hara suggested, the urban forester perhaps / arborist. It would be interesting to bring that forward and to ask staff to articulate what would that be and what would that cost be, and see where we get support from the community and see where there's support across the dais. So I would look forward to that. In regards to this evening's item, I'm ready to make a motion to approve. I don't see this option articulated specifically in a recommendation in the staff report, but I'll make a stab at this to approve the UFAC committee to move forward with a refocus on some specific objectives. The urban tree list, and the mayor called that out earlier, is a top priority. And perhaps my colleagues would be interested in adding some other top priorities, but for this action item this evening, I would like to make that motion.
Okay.
I'll yield.
Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
So maybe a few questions. Does anybody up here doubt that an arborist could identify the heritage tree with the lights on it as a heritage tree? Would an arborist not be capable of doing that by themselves? You can. The answer is yes, they could. So we look at this, and we've got these volunteers who are working well. Yet I pointed out the tree ordinance. You didn't want to pick on that. I agree, it's fine. You pointed out the tree species. So we have two things that they've had for an extensive amount of time. Our neighboring cities have a tree list. Our neighboring cities have tree ordinances. We're not reinventing the wheel. This is a broken UFAC in regards to the way it makes progress at the current time. And I don't know if it's leadership. I don't know if it's, I know that until this summer, they were not getting emails. And so public had no input. Public input doesn't count until the end of this summer. So that may also defeat some of the data we've got. I think we just proved earlier with Indian Head Canyon that we can come to conclusions, have public discussion, and come up with the right ideas, directed by the right staff. I look at these volunteers as a valuable asset. And when I hear that they had 12 meetings, I attended one. I attended one where Robin gave a great talk about the tree ordinance, and nothing happened. I don't want to waste these assets. I want these assets to make a valuable use of their time. And eventually they're going to be like, well, nothing happens. I'm not going anymore. Or the rest of the public will say, I don't want to join the committee. They don't do anything. So I do believe we should hire an arborist / urban forestry manager. Again, I think the skill set overlaps. We just have to define what the job description is. I do believe, and maybe the city manager or staff can explain this, I do believe that it would cost us less to have an employee than it would to have a consultant.
I can take that one.
Okay.
Again, thank Mark for his knowledge on urban foresters. I had a little chance to do a little bit of research up here. That's why I have my iPad. And really close, there's an urban forester in the city of San Diego and also in the county. So we did look, and we currently spend about $190,000 with DUDEC. As a consultant. An employee is generally 2,080 hours. Of course, you got holidays, sick, and vacation. But looking at this, we figured out if we hired an arborist, it would be probably about 162, and that's fully loaded. That includes salary and benefits. And then looking at some of the with the county of San Diego, they're anywhere from, and this would be fully loaded because I like to look at a position with everything in it, 139 to 171. City of San Diego was 175 to 216, so a little bit higher. So definitely there's good job descriptions that we can look at trying to meld an arborist with an urban forester. But yes, I mean, and you would get more hours because I don't know, I think staff looked at the arborist contract. We are not getting 2,080 hours with the our certified arborist contract, correct, Jared?
That's correct. When I did the analysis, I looked at the FY25 billings from DUDEC for arborist services, and they totaled 1,640 hours. And that's where we got the $190,000 billing amount as well. So that's how we tallied their services.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So quick math means if we went with the same number of hours, it would be double of having our own. So I think, and I'm going to piggyback on the mayor's notion of great volunteers, highly motivated subject matter experts. I think that UFAC as it stands is not producing. I made that crystal clear. But I don't want to lose these volunteers. So I think we should move them to a subcommittee of, I would say, the environmental committee, with the idea that when we hire an arborist or an urban forest manager, they will redefine what the needs are so that these people can come to these meetings and they can let their expertise shine. Whereas right now they come to these meetings and nothing happens. And I could tell, Rob, when I watched that presentation you gave, you spent hours on that and it was good, but it didn't go anywhere. I want you to spend hours on it and walk out of that room beaming because you were to get it done, they voted, and it's coming to council. And if we have this set up correctly, we have the potential to do that. And again, I don't know if it's leadership. I don't know if it's personalities not getting along. I don't know if it's because there's too many staff in the room to get anything done. I don't know. But whatever it is, we're not getting anything out of it. And for that matter, $20,000 buys a lot of trees. We sat up here, our first meeting, and El Camino, for all we're talking about protecting trees, El Camino Apartments went up and they're going to mow down a row of trees. Nobody did anything about it. UFAC's been around, the streetscape example, they haven't been able to stop that. I want to put them in a position where we have an arborist, an urban forest manager, who can redefine their role and they can actually make a difference, because I want to help these trees. I don't want to talk. I don't want to sit in a room and compare how much we love trees. I want to come in a room, talk about how we can save these trees, come out with some outcomes. So my motion is we move to, I don't know if it's a counter motion.
I don't think we have a second yet on the first motion.
Okay, so my motion is to move to hire a city arborist / urban forest manager. Again, I think it's just job description, to reallocate the UFAC to a subcommittee for reevaluation by that hire of the urban forest manager / arborist once it comes in. And I think that's in the city's best interest financially, outcome-wise. I think it's in the committee's best interest in getting a great result, getting action. And we all join this because we want to make good outcome in the city. We don't want to attend a million meetings and have nothing happen. We're up here for sure because even our staff, we all care about outcomes. How do we help the city move forward? And I know that's what these people want to do. So I think this gives us the opportunity to maintain them, to give them better outcomes, and to put the city in a better financial position. That's my motion.
Okay, we have a substitute motion in that case. And so I'm up next. I looked at combining it and making it a subcommittee, and I looked at compared the similarities and the differences between the Environmental Commission and the UFAC. And I looked at the members. The UFAC has landscape architects and tree experts as their primary makeup. The Environmental Commission has, quote, scientists, lawyers, and landscape architects. So there's some overlap, but I think the UFAC is purposely myopically focused on trees, and the Environmental Commission is broader, much broader. And if you look at the purview, UFAC, again, we talked about it already: trees, urban forestry, urban forest management plan, administrative manual. Environmental Commission, sustainability, recycling, greenhouse gas production. There are quite a few much bigger issues. I'm not disagreeing that the output to date from the UFAC is not where I want to see it, and it's pretty minimal, and I think we've both shown examples where it's gone on a long time. That's why I'm in the more measured response of let's challenge them to come back. If I look at even the staff liaison, I thought, hey, what's the difference between, are they the same? UFAC's the city arborist, and it should be the city arborist, whether it's a full-time employee or a consultant. The Environmental Commission, it's the sustainability manager, and they're very different skill sets and functions. So I think there is opportunity to re-challenge, course correct the UFAC and get them going and give them some time. I would think a year. I also pulled out the work plan from the UFAC and looked at it and thought, yeah, it's modest. And of course, number 2 was update the existing tree species list by June of 2026. And so, whether that's June or July or later in the summer, I'd support that. So I don't know if I can do a substitute motion, or.
We still don't have a second on the substitute motion.
Yeah, exactly. Or on the first motion, can I second the substitute motion or the original motion?
You can.
And what happens, then it depends whether the other one gets a second.
So you can second the first one if you like. However, since the substitute motion is more recent in time, if there is a second of that, we would vote on that first.
Okay, fair enough. And so, Councilmember Lyons, could you repeat what your motion was? It was just approve?
Yes, it was to continue, I said, but approve the continuance of UFAC with the objectives of challenging it to come back with goals, measures of achieving those goals, and let me see, make sure I get my wording right. Essentially to demand more. And then I did list the tree species list as a clear objective for them to add to those goals.
Okay, and I think we already addressed the public input, and I do believe there are two other questions that I'm not even recommending adding to that motion. That would be the committee versus commission. Should it be a committee or commission, or disbanded? And I would propose we do that in a year, if that's how long we choose to go. And number two is the arborist contractor versus employee. I very much support going to an employee, very much, but I think that's a budget question that we will handle between now and June, and we'll start it at the offsite meeting. Can we consider that and move on that tonight? Is it close enough of a notice?
So here's what I do. So first of all, we do have a current contract with DUDEC, so we'd want to look at any type of termination clause in that, because I think it actually goes till 2027 currently, but all of our contracts have termination clause with or without, basically without cause. But yeah, we're going to have our strategic planning session, 2nd and 3rd of February. We're going to go straight into our budget workshops in March, mid-March, so to talk about that. So we could, because right now we would just have to shift money then from contract to employee, but we would want to come back. I would want to talk with HR so we can lay out exactly that, and then also be able to come up with a good job description, because it sounds like we're something between like a certified arborist and the urban forester. So
Yeah.
we could bring that back at budget time, and then if that is approved by city council, we give DUDEC the appropriate
And
notification.
one of the reasons I'm very adamant about doing that at budget time is that's when I get to do selective process of, do I add a head count here? Do I take away a head count there? And can I net 0 or can I net +1? In other words, I don't like doing mid-budget cycle headcount additions, and that this would be, it's converting a contractor. Budgetarily, it's relatively neutral, but it's still adding a full-time equivalent headcount. And so I'd rather do that at the budget. But so I will second the original motion, and I think you've hit the spirit of what, if you'll just with the added, we will come back and reevaluate at the end of the work plan with a new, expecting much, much more, and have this same discussion fully next year.
That's aligned with my motion, and I understand that the urban forester as an employee is a separate discussion, but it's something we're talking about along with this item, because it could be part of how things move forward in the future.
And then I'll yield to you, Councilmember Lyons.
Okay. So I made the motion and you're a second. The only other thing I wanted to add when we were talking, and this is kind of goes back, but I wanted to respond to the comment that this could be part of the Environmental Commission or subcommittee. I did serve on the Environmental Commission for 6 years, so I just know how much they deal with so many things like the Climate Action Plan, the REACH codes, styrofoam bans. I think it would, again, not reach the intensity of priority that I think our community would expect from UFAC. So I'm happy to have a second on the motion to continue UFAC, but to challenge it, and as we stated.
Okay, Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
All right, so I hear the tree species master list being a priority. Isn't it already on? It's already on their list for the past year. Anybody notice it wasn't? I thought it was.
It was.
I'd be happy to address that if you'd give me a moment.
We're saying who's going to challenge them? We challenge all of our commissions to be outstanding. Every one of them. This isn't a, how do we challenge them more? I'd like to think this is just not working. And no matter how much we want to be nice about it, the facts hit us in the face. We have great volunteers. The job's just not getting done. And if we push them for more, what's the definition of insanity again? Doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result? So we're running into this let's ask them to do more under the same circumstances on the same project that's been sitting there for a year. Intensify it as a priority. All of our commissions act very intensely on all of their actions. They're all intense. They're all looking to get outcomes. I just think it's just broken, and I hate it because we have great volunteers. I'd like to see these volunteers get in a position to be used as good assets. No one runs their business and wastes their money, wastes their time. They're looking to be as efficient and functional and at the highest level possible, and it's just not working. So I do think for what we're talking about, if we're talking about one thing that's already on their purvey, bringing them down as a subcommittee to report to the Environmental Commission, one item, I'm not sure why it needs to be a committee, why it can't just report to the Environmental Commission at this point. And it stashes these people, these assets, in a role where they're hyper-focused on one thing. If you want to push them hard to do one thing really well, to show off their one, like this is it. We're going to lay it all in here and show you what we can do. I'd love to see it. Bring it back to the Environmental Commission, and then in that time, once you're finished, we've got a new city arborist, new urban forest manager, which I do think we can agree on right now. It's on the agenda. We can agree that we're going to look into that more. That person then says, what are the tree needs of the city? What are the needs that I need to see, the city needs to see, the staff needs to see of an urban forest UFAC committee? And then they put it together so it actually works in a line with all the other things they're going to want to put into that. We're talking about a UFAC, which is built around the idea of having an arborist. Well, we've already tonight discussed having an urban forest manager instead of an arborist. And then we're going to send them back out, and then we're going to change it all up again. Tell me where this makes sense. I may not win this. I don't, you know, I think we're trying to keep people happy here, and I think our job is to make the right decision for the city and for those members of this council. And I think we're failing if we don't vote, if we vote this through the way this motion sits. Thank you.
Councilmember Lyons.
Yeah, I'm going to call on Brad here, the chair, in a minute. But first, I want to say I think there's some confusion of terms. I've heard my colleagues, Deputy Mayor O'Hara, call them a commission. And I want to point that out because they're not. They're a committee. And they've not ever been a commission. And because of that, we haven't asked them for a work plan. And we haven't asked them to demonstrate to us every year what they're achieving. It's been a lot less formal than a commission. So I want to be fair to UFAC here that I don't want to judge them based on you didn't meet the standards of what we expected of a commission because they haven't been. I mean, that's just structurally. They're a committee, and it's a different beast, it's a different entity. So this is why I really still promote us continuing to give them a chance now that they are now aware we have these different expectations of them. And Brad, could you shed a little bit more on that, having been on the inside of this? And I know your committee members are here too, so maybe you could speak for them.
Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate the time to address some of the things I've heard here. I'll try to be brief. I was making a lot of notes. Really quick, I've never seen 7 or 8 staff members at a committee meeting in the couple of years I've been there. It's usually 2. Maybe over the course of the 3 years I've been there, I've met 7 or 8 different staff members, but certainly never at one time. This was the first year, 2025, that we had a work plan. So it's frustrating that the 2025 accomplishments are not part of this conversation. In terms of the mature tree ordinance, we finished that at our committee a couple months ago. It's gone on to Environmental Commission. Linda and I were just at Planning Commission last week or 2 weeks ago, and that should be coming before you. And Mayor Ehlers, I really appreciate you recognize that was a very heavy lift. We get sent completely back to the drawing board, reinvented an entire ordinance from scratch. Linda did a ton of hard work on that. And with 2 hours a month, these are dense discussions that take a long time, but we got through it, and hopefully it should be coming to you all next year. In terms of the tree species list, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, absolutely my top priority for next year. It's something I've had my eye on for a long time since I got there. There was a couple of reasons that it's been pushed off. Number one is just the first step of identifying all the different lists out there. Took us a while, then the mature tree ordinance took over most of this year. And we've also been kind of waiting for the native plant ordinance to move forward because there were so many specific species identified in that. That was going to be a big part of how we kind of shaped the new species list. Committee member Gurno and I are on a subcommittee now, and assuming we get to continue our work next year, that will already be the top of the list of things we address next year. Councilmember Schaefer, you had mentioned the ficus has been taken care of. It hasn't. It's never going to be a thing where you check it off and we're done talking about the ficus. Just last year, sometime we got presented, there's a new growth inhibitor that they're going to try on some of them. So DUDEC presented that they're going to try that. And that's just a really good example of the work that it's not a committee where you're going to see check marks next to all these things. The conversation, putting those conversations about the ficus on the record because people care so much about that, that's one of the products I would consider, and giving the public a chance to weigh in on that. Those were some of the main things I had, but again, I just want to really defend the work the committee has done. We've done a lot of hard work on a lot of things. Again, 2025 was not part of the conversation here. And even with working on that mature tree ordinance for most every meeting and getting it to a place a couple months ago where it has now moved on, there were other things we were doing along that time too. So I think that was most of the things I wanted to address. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. And I also wanted to point out something that you've said to me, and other commission chairs have told me too, other commission chairs, but you as this committee chair has told me in the past, is you will do what the city council asks you to do, and that's what your duty is. So if we are clear about what we're asking you to do, and what the goals are, and have you report back to me, to us, then you will execute that plan. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, I'll hop in here. Yeah, so I want to be careful. Again, I'm not saying I want to keep it forever or get rid of it. Committees typically are short-lived, should have a defined purpose. This seems to be more of a standing committee. It could be elevated someday to a commission, possibly. It could be ended. It could be a subcommittee. And I had a thought while we were talking here, being involved in SANDAG. SANDAG has policy advisory committees. They're like commissions. And reporting into those commissions or those committees are working groups. And to me, that seems to be the level of detail. This is really like a working group at SANDAG reporting into, could report in the future, but I don't want to change it today. I want to first challenge the members of the UFAC to really produce and get on the work plan you have and straighten out the species list and all the different ones. I'll look at Brad and as in lieu of looking at most of the committee members out there. You have the challenge. I think a lot of things have changed, and we'll decide, in my opinion, in a year how to do this. We'll work on the arborist or forester as part of the budgeting cycle. And, a year from now, I hope you'll rise to the challenge and you'll come back to us with other things. I actually really appreciate the focus on the parking lot forestry. I've always looked at Home Depot and scratch my head, or Ralph's. They'll put up trees, and 10 years later, they chop them down, put new trees in, and there are these little sticks all the time. And I sure would like to figure a way to get better shade trees in all the parking lots we have. So as an example, and I think you can think of other things down at that detailed, I'm going to call it working group level, that you could advise us on. And the future structure, I think, is dependent upon how this next year goes, in my mind. So with that, I'll yield to Councilmember O'Hara.
I think your alignment with this idea of a work group aligns exactly with what I said. I think it's precisely that. And I think to the chair's point, they only have 2 hours a month, and they don't have enough time to be more than that, apparently. I'd like to see them, if that's the direction of it, and they feel like they don't have enough time allotted, maybe that's what it is. It's a work group. It takes the pressure off it, and then we can talk about what council has asked. I thought we did ask them last year, but apparently we didn't, or we didn't ask loud enough. I don't know. Again, I'm coming back to this idea of we're going to spend more money, keep spending money, and we found out we spent more. We don't have public comment on the UFAC for years. We don't have minutes for years. All those were kept off-site. So we don't have them as far as the AI. I didn't even dive into that part of the AI, what's missing. So I just feel like, the saying goes, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And when it's broke, you repair it. And this is our opportunity to repair it and look forward and put a projection of coming back, right now, bringing it down to like a work group, still great asset, letting it micro focus on one thing, this tree species master list. And then coming back when we hire an arborist / urban forester, which I'm hearing everybody up here support, having that person set like what the needs of this has to be. That puts everything in line with the city. And I don't know why we would do everything else we do up here, we do with that pattern. We try to get everything in the same city. I think if we ask the city manager to hire somebody, they hire somebody who aligns with the job qualification within the city and the staff position that needs to be met. So I guess I'm just trying to figure out why we're looking to keep things the same when they're not working. It's going to cost us more money. It puts these people now in a point where if a year from now I don't have this like best tree species ever, we're going to be having this conversation again. So I think it's time to vote. You guys, I think everybody's heard enough. I appreciate the council's time and listening on this, and we'll see where it takes us.
So we will call the question.
Just to recap, we've reverted back to the original motion made by Councilmember Lyons, seconded by Mayor Ehlers, to continue the UFAC for approximately 1 year to reevaluate the work plan at year's end.
Because the substitute motion died for lack of a second. Okay,
motion
great.
died for a second, with a more specific focus on the tree species master list, and also to direct staff to explore the feasibility of an in-house arborist / urban forest manager versus a contract employee.
So to clarify, UFAC's only job for the next year is to get the master tree species list.
No, it's their, he said focus. They still have their work plan. So the motion, I don't think, was taking everything away.
No. Yeah,
It was
the work
doing
plan
what you're doing, but
with a
just
focus
keep-
of the tree list.
Yes.
We're really looking at that, and we look forward
to be
your
great.
expertise, help there. And I think rightly so. They commented, Brad commented about having the native plant ordinance come along. It's going to help, but I don't want to wait too long.
We'll have it in January.
Do it quicker than my phone, please.
Okay. You lost me there. So can we call the question at this point?
That motion carries 4-1 with Deputy Mayor O'Hara voting no.
Okay, with that, we'll take a 15-minute break and be back here at, oh my gosh, in 15 minutes. Check the timer. Just before 3 minutes before 9 o'clock. Whew. Oh, poor Jonathan. Although it's
Maybe I could paint this and put it back nice. Oh. It was in the middle of the road. No, I know. I meant I could paint it and put it in the rock garden.
When you're ready. Are we ready? Yeah, Marco. If you guys are ready, we'll get going. I'm all good. Okay. We will come back into session for item 10. Oh, Jim's there. Okay, good. 10C, Legislative Affairs Update from JGC, Government Relations. And it would be the contact person is Deputy City Manager James.
Thank you, Mayor and members of City Council. So we are joined here this evening with Mr. Jonathan Clay from JGC. And so similar in years past, and more specifically last year, what the intent behind this presentation is to kind of provide that 10,000-foot level view of legislative affairs that impact the city. And so with that, Mr. Clay will talk a bit about some federal impacts, activities, state impacts, touch on the state budget a little bit, and then there's going to be some other items that we would put on the horizon as we move forward. And I would like to just also touch on, if you consider this as more of the phase one. This is the phase one, the initial look of right now, what does it look like for us moving forward as a city? And then the next step would be to return back to the City Council after the new year with feedback from the City Council about our program and potential directions, but then also with a very specific redlined, amended legislative program policy that we would really turn into a working document. And then from there, it would be with the City Council's approval, and then we would move forward with that as our platform for legislative action into the next year. So with that, staff is going to remain available for questions, but I'll turn it over to Mr. Clay for the presentation.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor, council members. Jonathan Clay here again to kind of do a sort of summary and recap of this, what I would call a very politically dynamic year. I definitely think I kind of jinxed things at the beginning of the year when someone had asked me, how much does a change in the federal administration impact what we do here in California? And, at that time, back in January, I said, not a lot. It's more high-level politics. And then, then we've had a very dynamic year where lots of changes in the federal policies are having ramifications both from both a policy and a political perspective here in California. And as a reminder, because I kind of forgot this, we actually started the year off with when the governor presented his budget in January around the 10th, we had a balanced budget. There was no deficit. And then you fast forward to what we call the May revise in May, we had a $12 billion deficit. Part of that was you had fires right out the box. You had already impacts from the federal administration impacting California. But I also think that some of the math that went into that balanced budget were a little bit on the false side. So that said, this year, if you look back, we had a large number of bills introduced, just over 2,500 new pieces of proposed legislation, which was more than the previous year. Of that, 977 of those pieces of legislation made it to the governor. 794 of those were signed, 123 were vetoed, for a veto rate of around like 13%, which is a bit lower than it's been in the past. Very dynamic year on just the subject matter and stuff that we had to deal with. One thing, if you talked to me in August about, we kind of had an idea of what the last month of session was going to look like, and definitely wasn't on my bingo card that we were going to be taking up redistricting. And if you think about it, many of these bills take months to go through the process. That redistricting proposal basically went through the legislature in 4 days. And whether you were pro or against it, one of the things that's just really interesting to kind of look at on that redistricting proposal is how it just completely changed the political dynamics of the end of session. And a lot of that had to do with, by creating new seats, it then created opportunities for legislators that didn't have opportunities before that to run for higher office. And so, great example, there were bills that were just rocketing through the legislature that looked like were unstoppable that just magically died in their last fiscal committee because of the politics of rural versus urban. So one of the bill I'll use as examples, AT&T was trying to get out of the landline business, which for big urban areas, most of us all have cell phones. Having a landline really isn't a big issue if you live in a big urban core. It's a huge issue if you live in the rural parts of California. They depend on those landlines. And the bill was going through the legislature very quickly, and then just magically died because in those rural communities, they feel very passionate about those landlines, and that's where some of these new seats got created for I'm trying to be diplomatic about the partisanship of it, but creating new Democratic seats. So lots of dynamics there. Coming back to the city of Encinitas, the city engaged directly on 9 bills over the course of the year, which meant as your lobbyist in Sacramento, we showed up in committee and testified. We'd work with committee staff if there was proposed amendments or concerns. I'll use SB 79 as a great example, just kind of walk through the mechanics. And as a reminder, SB 79 was a bill by Senator Wiener having to do with allowing transit agencies to do infill development on their properties, separate and apart from the zoning, the land use restrictions that the city may have had in the surrounding area. And so, the city opposed that measure. We worked very closely with like the League of Cities and some of the other opposition early on in the process, the lead opposition. And by lead, I mean, the legislature typically uses a 2-and-2 rule. So 2 people get to testify in support, 2 people get to testify in opposition, 2 minutes each, and then the rest of us kind of do the whole state your name position, and that's about it. But labor was involved. Labor was very opposed to Senator Wiener's bill. And, the bill continued to get out of committees on very unique votes. He would not have the chair, a Democrat. He's a Democrat. He'd have a Democrat voting against the bill, but then he'd pick up 2 or 3 Republicans. And my colleague described it best as it really wasn't a Republican-Dem kind of fight. It was more coastal versus inland area sort of fights over land use, where coastal areas felt very strongly about this, and the inland areas are like, we're not so worried about this. Go ahead and let transit do this. And so, I'll say we worked very closely with our senator and assembly member that represent Encinitas. Both of them had voted no consistently through the process on that bill, and yet it still made it through the process. So, but that involved us showing up in committee to testify, meeting with committee staff, meeting with legislators behind the scenes, expressing why, from Encinitas' perspective, that was a bad bill. Budget, as I said, we had a $12 billion deficit that we had to kind of cover. It was apparently a balanced budget in July. I say apparently because recently the legislative analysts released their analysis of the budget and looking ahead. And right now we're projected to have about an $18 billion deficit starting in the new fiscal year. And part of that is just a complete imbalance between revenues coming in in expenditures. We've had $6 billion worth of new expenses that weren't factored into that July budget. So that's a kind of an interesting number that between now and July 1st, $6 billion of additional expenses have come online. And we've also had what a lot of folks have kind of dubbed this AI bubble. A lot of AI stocks have been generating a lot of extra revenue. California's revenues are very tied to the stock market. So if the stock markets are doing well, we do well. If the stock markets stumble, we fall flat on our face. And so there's been to almost about $8 billion extra dollars have come into the state's coffers unexpectedly since that July 1st budget. And yet we are facing about an $18 billion deficit. And more kind of, I would say, scary is when you look at both the legislative analyst and the Department of Finance, they're projecting ongoing deficits for budget year +1, budget year +2. LAOs thinks that's like $35 billion a year. So big deficits that we have to address. Part of that is related to the changes at the federal level, but not all of it. So HR 1, which was dubbed the big beautiful bill, right now that's looking to be about a $1.3 billion impact for the state's budget starting in 26. And a lot of that's in the Medicare, Medicaid area, Medi-Cal, so health insurance, health coverage, as well as CalFresh, food stamps, food assistance. The thing that gets a little scarier is the projections are that number balloons more to like a $5 billion impact in the out years in like budget year 29, 30. So, and if I had to guess, I think we may be underestimating it because I know from the work I do with counties, we're still trying to get our hands around the work requirements, what that's going to mean, how we staff up to be able to actually track that. So I don't think all the costs have been fully kind of digested on that. What's that mean for a city? We had this conversation back in January when I raised some concerns about fiscal. The direct relationship between the state and a city is a lot more limited in that there's not direct programs where the state's going to be able to grab money. It's not like a county where there's, health and human services, behavioral health, where there's direct ties. But I do think you will continue to see the state trying to do whatever it can to either shift costs, delay release of funding, et cetera. So it's not a direct frontal assault, but again, it's just around the edges. You're going to continue to see continued pressure on, I think, revenue sources that would traditionally be coming from the state. Looking back, I think that's about it on the budget. The thing that's going to make this next year also really dynamic is it's going to be an election year. Not only for governor, but I hadn't quite caught on to this until I actually was kind of looking at this for coming and do this presentation. All 80 members of the assembly are up for re-election next year. 20 of the 40 senators are up for re-election. So any given year, the balance between policy and politics is always delicate, but my term for it is things will get goofy in an election year. And so, you have all the assembly up for election, half the Senate, and then we have a cast of thousands, not literally, but it feels like that way, running for governor. And so I think that's going to just mean that politics is going to reign over policy in the legislature in this next year because everyone's worried about that election. We'll have 13 new members in the assembly on top of the 22 that we got last year. So with term limits, we're in that cycle now where we're really turning over one generation of legislators to the next, which means a lot of new bright ideas. One of the things that was interesting this year, of those 22 new members in the assembly, 11 of those members fired their chiefs of staff at one point over the course of the year. Unprecedented. We've not seen that much kind of turnover of chiefs. Occasionally you get a couple because all of a sudden someone hired a new chief and they realized that wasn't a good fit, but 11 was a large number, which created a lot of, it was hard to kind of navigate things through the assembly. In terms of legislation, the things that I'm guessing that we're going to be seeing, we heard a conversation about earlier, AI. AI is going to continue to be a big issue in Sacramento. The recent executive order by the president, though, I think really sets up kind of a federal rights versus state rights about, and I think our California and our governor and our legislature are going to try and push on what that looks like and try and push a lot of legislation and see where, if the feds try and push back, take them to court saying, no, this has been preempted, you can't do these regulations or these rules. So, but on the AI side, there was bills trying to put safeguards in place for child safety. I think that comes roaring right back. I'll talk about this in a minute. There's already, I think, 2 initiatives that have been filed for next November on that subject. But from a city perspective, AI is also going to come into the mix. We're aware that there's a couple bills circulating dealing with AI decision trees, which there are different local governments that are trying to use AI to improve business processes, building permits, et cetera. And that's going to get caught up in this whole AI debate. One of the big issues this last year, and that was a 2-year bill, so we'll see it again in January probably, had to do with surveillance. And again, this was surveillance of employees, really pushed by labor, really kind of focused on like the Amazons of the world, et cetera. But it included local government, and it was hard to be able to articulate why, sometimes having AI for, looking at different aspects of how you run your city or your county are important. So another one that I'll say that I think is going to come up, and again, not directly related to the city, but will impact your citizens, is insurance, and specifically fire insurance. The fires in LA really showed how fragile our insurance system is, how many people are relying on the state as their insurer of last resort, which means, the state has to help foot those bills, even though they're going to come back to the ratepayers. But insurance across the board, a lot of insurers are pulling out of California. There's been some controversies with the insurance commissioner. So I think all that's going to come into play. Seeing all the firefighters here today, one of the things that we've been tracking is Zone Zero, which normally isn't a big issue for urban areas, but Encinitas now has a portion of the city that's in a high fire severity zone. So if those rules come out, that could be an impact there, and that the city will have to just kind of, as those rules come into place, be able to deal with. Another one that we know will come out, I shouldn't say no, likely will come out is the provision of water in fire situations. There was a lot of controversy about fire hydrants during the LA fires and not having water. A study just came out 2 days ago showing that there was nothing out of the norm, that when you have major fire disasters like this and many homes burnt, that once a home burns there, then that water is leaking out of that house, you lose pressure. But there are legislators that feel that they want to try and get into the middle of that and put more requirements on how to provide water during fires, which makes a lot of sense until you start looking at what the costs are for that and how you're going to be completely redesigning water systems to look at that policy issue. And that's going to, I think, be a big debate in this next legislative year. And then finally, I know I'm kind of hitting you with a lot of stuff, but something also going back to election year, and again, I didn't realize how many initiatives there were filed already until I was researching, looking for this council meeting. We have 17 initiatives that are already on the street collecting signatures. There's another 19 on top of those 17 that are waiting for what's called summary and title from the Attorney General, and then they will likely head out for signature gathering. So again, these are all, like I want to say, bright ideas that people want to put before the voters in this upcoming November election. So a lot of stuff there, and as that process continues to develop, as we provide updates to you both in our oral form or in written form, we'll keep you kind of apprised of what initiatives are moving, because some of those would definitely have impacts to the city. For example, two of them are geared towards trying to get around what's considered a loophole right now, where a voter initiative can impose taxes, but on a majority vote, whereas if the city were to try and do a specific tax or tax for a specific purpose, that would be a 2/3 vote versus a majority vote. So I think I've rambled on long enough here, so I will conclude my report there. I'm sure there may be some questions, and we'll go from there.
Okay, do we have any preliminary questions? If not, do we have any no public speakers? So we'll go to deliberation. Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
Thank you for the report. It's a huge packet, 917 bills, 794 were signed. I did this last year and suggested everybody get a copy of this and see what your state is doing, whether you like it or not, one way or the other. Figure out what you want to vote for, what you don't want to vote for, write letters, as many people as possible. There's a lot going on, and I can't believe of 794 bills signed by one person that they read them all. So it's up to us to start reading these bills and holding them accountable, because there's a lot of stuff written on the backside of those. To our city, and something I think is probably resonates with a lot of the residents, and it certainly resonates with these guys here who clean up a lot of the mess, unfortunately. So we've kind of tried to, I know that Senator Blake Spear has put forward an e-bike initiative. I know that we tried to partner up with Tasha Borner on an e-bike initiative as well. It doesn't seem to go anywhere at the state. What's going on with e-bikes, and what's the appetite, and maybe you can give us some clarification on that.
The e-bike legislation historically continues to kind of go to the Transportation Committee and die a slow death there. That's just, and part of it is are folks that believe that e-bikes are a very important part of a multimodal sort of transportation plan for California, and is also part of, climate change and being able to address that. And so there's been a lot of hesitation to do any kind of regulations on e-bikes. You're going to see, I've had some folks already outreaching to me in the last month on another legislative effort. I don't think it's going to be centered around any of our legislators, but other legislators on trying to get at the ability to regulate these devices, rules, requirements. You're starting to see some of your other cities around the state trying to put in age restrictions, et cetera, on for different classes of bikes. But I think you're going to see this come right back to the forefront again here in January.
Oh, super. And so obviously, I would say my seat, and I think a lot of the other council members up here would be interested in supporting that. Anything that comes along that you think kind of resonates with the need of the city, to make it safer for everyone riding an e-bike. All right, I yield. Thank you. I appreciate the answer.
Okay, Councilmember Schaefer.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted a quick question. You said the numbers were all 80 assembly members?
Yeah, all 80.
Was it 40 of the?
20 of the 40 senators.
20 of the 40. Dang, that's insane. And then you said Zone 0. What was Zone 0?
So Zone 0 is a rule that came out of, I think, executive order by the governor 2 years ago, where the Board of Forestry is looking at 0 to 5 feet. I'm kind of looking to hand around structures in terms of what can actually be there. So in a high fire severity zone, if you're looking at these regs, there's not going to be any kind of plantings allowed. Wood, fences, gates attaching to homes. These are drafts, so it's all still in the process, but they're going to ban the attachment of wood, fencing, gates two structures. And again, this is all based on trying to provide more fire hardening to homes in that zone.
Is the insurance company, are they the ones pushing this?
No, well, I can't say that for sure, because there's other programs that are out there that have been brought forward by the insurance commissioner. I know the county has tried doing this where if you're a homeowner and you do certain things, you're supposed to then get a discount on your insurance, or you're supposed to be able to have access to insurance. You know, we're really trying to react to a lot of these major fires, and I think it's going to take time to really kind of, both on the insurer side and what are the right mix of rules and regulations around this to kind of sort of settle out. But I think we're going to be in for a little bit of a rough ride as people kind of try and impose things in the interim. And the Zone Zero stuff, I think, will be a bit of a shock to homeowners that are going to get caught up in those areas.
Copy. And it seems like you talked about with the federal government and the state having an issue, this rolling deficit is going to have some significant issues, probably, I'm assuming, on grant fundings and...
Yes and no. I mean, we have, the voters have approved a number of bonds in the last few years. So that bond money is there. And I've asked questions of Department of Finance just even this last year. You may remember back when we had the Great Recession in 2008-9, the state actually had a cash problem. We ran out of cash. They actually stopped issuing bonds for a period because we just couldn't afford it. We're not in that same position. Even with the deficits, the state has large cash reserves. So the bond funds, I think, are going to continue to roll out. And so recently, Prop 4 was passed by the voters. That's a resources climate bond. There's, parks money. There's climate adaptation money, planning in there. Now, on the state federal side, as the feds relook at the relationship with states, whether it's FEMA, whether it's transportation dollars, I think there could be some changes there. That eventually trickles down to local streets and roads programs where, the state still has to figure out this whole gas tax, and as more people switch to alternatively fueled vehicles, so electric, hydrogen, whatever, they're not paying the same taxes that you are if you have a gas vehicle that go to repaving of streets. And no one has quite figured out how to, I know it was a controversy down here in San Diego when Sandag had mentioned like a road users tax. It didn't get, I don't think they did a good job of trying to frame it up. But we do have this problem as we do more electric vehicles or alternatively fueled vehicles, we have to come up with some way to generate the revenues, because ultimately it impacts the city of Encinitas with local streets and roads, repaving.
Copy. Awesome. Thank you, Jonathan. Really appreciate the update.
Okay. Quick question about AB, is it 87 from Borner? It was coordinated with SB 92. Did SB 92 get passed and signed?
I believe that was the Blakespeare bill, I believe.
I probably.
Yeah, I believe so. This was the one trying to get at that issue that had occurred in San Diego as well with
the Turquoise project that
Yes.
was mostly transient hotel occupancy. It got to go to 23 stories in a neighborhood of 2 to 3. But I know AB 87 was tied at the hip to SB 92 and was only active if they both passed. And so I was just asking whether the other half of that. It says 87 was chaptered in the report. I just don't know about 92, and it may be buried in there somewhere. So it's something you can get.
And SB 92 passed and was signed into law by the governor.
Oh, okay, good. So that did. So I appreciate that upfront loaded were the 12 that we weighed in on, and we could see the results. But then there were 200 and some odd pages beyond that. Is there any way of prioritizing them so that we can look at the ones that are, I'd like to keep focus on the big ones first. And if there's a method that staff or Jonathan, you could suggest that helps keep us focused, this reminded me so much of reading patents. Clunk. I can comprehend so much, but when there's hundreds of bills we're tracking, if there's a way we can prioritize it so I can keep focused on the big ones first, to me, SB 79 would have been right at the top of that list. That's the one that needs the, and I thought we reacted quickly to that. We got letters out. We asked for the veto when it made it out of the Senate and then went to the governor. And so if there's some method that you could give us a framework by which we can look at a summary first and then down to this level of detail. And by the way, I appreciate getting the detail as Deputy Mayor O'Hara referred to.
So 2 things on that. I mean, what we do once all the bills get introduced in February, and it's usually about 30 days later where we've kind of see where everything's kind of shaking out. We've, in the past, sat down with city staff, and that's when we've categorized the bills where we try and take that massive list of what we think could be an impact to the city, break them into categories, which then allows the city manager's office to then send them out to the different departments for their review and analysis. So that's kind of line of defense 1. Line of defense 2 is, my colleague Aaron and I were going to all the League of Cities meetings, the county meetings, and we sit around a table with a bunch of our fellow lobbyists and we all start talking like, have you seen this bill? Have you seen that bill? What's your city saying about it? And that's actually one thing I forgot to mention on 79 was as part of that process, talking to some of the other coastal cities and like, hey, what's your take on these last set of amends? Do we think this helps us? Do we not? And so that's also part of the process where we try and figure out what are some of the biggest issue areas. Mm-hmm. And then, this is something I know the deputy city manager is going to be working with you on is what are your ledge priorities? And so once there's a kind of a completed ledge priorities doc, then we can kind of also say, yeah, here's some bills here that either align positively with the ledge priorities or negatively, and then, those may be things that you might want to focus on first to take positions on. So,
okay.
But there's the problem is there's just a sheer volume. There's a lot of stuff that gets introduced.
And we do have a legislative priorities. We, subcommittee of Deputy Mayor O'Hara and I have been looking at it and edited it, and we'll be submitting that. And I think one of the goals that we both fell upon was simplifying it, because it's hard to focus on everything when when it's too long and there's too much, and we really need to be a little more laser focused. So, okay, and that'll be coming back to us in January. Oh, I'm sorry, I look at.
Yes.
Deputy
Yeah,
Mayor.
the intention would be to return in January for that discussion, which plays in nicely to the February introduction. And so then we'll have the roadmap in place as we start the analysis.
Okay. And then my last question for staff more is the impact of SB 79, this being the biggest, worst. I think I've requested that we get a briefing memo on the impact of SB 79. I don't know if staff or city attorney would want to comment now, or city manager.
Yes, thank you. On November 19th, Assistant City Manager Jay Schwarm sent out a memo that was prepared by Colantuno's firm, so that has been sent to council.
Okay,
Yes,
okay.
so that's an evaluation
And
of
is that publicly available too?
No.
No,
Okay,
it was
so that's a
illegal. It was a
confidential
legal
one.
memo.
Correct. So the question is, would we ever want to do something publicly available, a watered down version or something?
I can have that discussion with the city manager. I can have that discussion with the city manager at some point.
Okay. Obviously, you don't want to give away threat of litigation, potential future litigation issues, but I think there are quite a few people that are concerned about it and really want to understand how it impacts us.
Understood.
Okay. This is a receive and file and give direction. I think we've had limited discussion, but with that, thank you. And we'll move on to the next item. And the next item, which it looks like we have a large audience for, is adoption of the Memorandum of Understanding between the City of Encinitas and the Encinitas Firefighters Association, effective January 1, 2026 through December 31st, 2029. And the staff is the Human Resources Director, I'm going to work on your name here. Yeah. Judy, okay, very good. And I should talk with a last name like Ehlers.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Judy Von Kalinowski.
Oh.
Went on.
There we go.
Yep. Good afternoon or good evening. I'm Judy Von Kalinowski, HR Director. Before I start the presentation, I do want to make a remark. I want to state before the presentation, for the record, on Article 37, duration of the agreement, there has been a correction that the contract will end in 2029, not 2025. Is any more needed for that correction? Okay, very good. Well, we'll begin our presentation tonight. We are very pleased to be here tonight to respectfully request council's approval to adopt the agreement with the Encinitas Firefighters Association, EFFA. We are pleased to report that the EFFA and the city has reached a very successful agreement. This agreement was unanimously approved on December 6th. I just want to point out, on a personal note, this was my first negotiations with Encinitas, and it couldn't have been more of a pleasure working with your group. So by working together, we reached a 4-year agreement that provides stability for our firefighters and the organization and the community we serve. This contract strengthens our ability for ongoing commitment for recruiting and retaining the most exceptional talent there is. Many of you are present here tonight, so thank you. It also ensures that the city will continue to provide the highest level of safety and protection for our community as it remains a priority and what our community deserves. Throughout this process, the city's negotiating team operated under the direction of the City Council, and we want to thank you for that. We appreciate the guidance on this contract. It's extremely important to us. Once again, we request your approval and adoption and the recommended action before you. 1, to adopt the Memorandum of Understanding between the city and EFFA and authorize the city manager or designees to execute the MOU on behalf of the city and to approve the pay ranges for EFFA. Before closing, I would like to also acknowledge and thank the many people that makes this type of agreement happen. I get the pleasure of being here tonight, but there's many people behind this. First, I'd like to counsel, and this is in no particular order, you have to excuse me, I have a cold. No particular order, but it's so important to be here tonight for this, is the City Council. We want to thank you for your steady direction and support through this entire process. We also like to thank the city manager and the assistant city manager for your daily guidance. It was absolutely invaluable, especially when this was my first contract going through with the city. I'd also like to thank the EFA team, Donnie, Marco, your entire team. I can't say enough about the professionalism, the patience that we've had throughout this long process and the collaboration. It meant a lot to get through this, and it takes a lot of work. We spent many hours together and got to know each other, and I deeply appreciate that. And I also want to thank the city's team. I want to thank Tim Davis, Burke William Sorensen, and a few of the staff members that are here tonight, and that is Shelley and Emily and Quinn from Finance. They were exceptional to work with, and we needed their expertise to get through this and their hard work. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions or comments that you might have.
Okay, any questions of clarification? We have one, I think one. Yep. Okay, so we'll take public next.
Speaker is Donnie Butts.
Oh.
Good evening. Mayor, city council members, city manager, assistant city manager, HR director, and city staff, Shelley and Emily. Thank you guys for being here tonight. My name is Donnie Butts. I'm a captain with the Encinitas Fire Department and a member of the Encinitas Firefighters Association. On behalf of the Encinitas Firefighters Association and the gentleman you see behind me, I want to express our sincere appreciation for the time, effort, and professionalism that went into reaching this agreement. This contract reflects not only a commitment to our firefighters, but also a shared investment in the long-term strength and stability of public safety in our city. I want to thank the city's leadership team and staff for their collaboration and willingness to work through challenges together. Throughout this process, the EFFA and city staff demonstrated that when we approach negotiations with respect, open communication, and focus on problem solving, we can achieve outcomes that serve both our members and the community we protect. We look forward to continuing this partnership as we work together to keep Encinitas Fire Department an employer of choice, one that recruits and retains high-quality firefighters, supports professional development, and maintains a level of service our residents expect and deserve. Thank you again for your dedication and support, especially Judy, Jace, Shelley, and Emily that are here tonight. We appreciate the opportunity to continue to serve the people of Encinitas. Thank you, guys.
That concludes speakers on this item.
That was it? Yeah. Let's see, Councilmember Schaefer.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to start by saying that I look out in the crowd. Obviously, I see Josh a lot, but looking back and seeing Jesse, I don't see Chris here or Wes. But it's I don't know. It's kind of emotional for me to be from where I started with that guy back there, as and junior lifeguards, and as a little guy, and the whole thing, and now to see these people and to see you guys down here in the crowd. I've been in crowds like yours, such as that, and this is a win for the boys, and it really is. When we sat here down the campaign, we talked about the first three things that a city is required to do is safety, security, infrastructure, mobility, and circulation. Outside of that, it's up to the community to kind of build around that. And I think this contract is a statement, and the first brick of the most important thing is the community. And a community is not built on stuff, it's built on people. And so if we're gonna put our money where our mouth is, and we've done that this whole year, I think this is the first real change that we're gonna be making, because I think that we just got done with the holiday parade, and the first people besides some of the council that goes in front, it's the firefighters. We put them out there front because it's what a community can revolve and evolve around. So I'm proud for the group up here to be able to get there. I'm proud that you guys were able to find a unanimous decision on this, and it speaks volumes to where I think we can get going as we kind of get ahead of steam going into 2026. So congratulations, guys, and look forward to seeing you guys down the road. Cheers.
Councilmember San Antonio.
I just want to say congratulations, guys. You guys drive a hard bargain. To what Luke said, you guys are, the service you guys provide is top notch. My shop has been over there on the 101, and I've, known enough firefighters to come through, say hi. I've known enough people in the community. Some of them working in the department right now. But I'm so proud of you guys. I'm proud of what we've accomplished here. I'm proud of the resolution we came to. So, congratulations.
And Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
Yeah, I want to thank staff for all your hard work in this. I want to thank council, and I think I've had the benefit of, from day one being up here alongside the support from the firefighters, and it was a privilege to be able to work with staff, to work with you to come to this conclusion. It's a mutual feeling of respect and adoration, of adoration for you, hopefully of mutual respect. And I want to comment on this. I think one of the greatest things about this process, and I think Judy touched on it, was the clear communication, and it made it such a great process for all of us who are dedicated to getting you what you deserve. I think that really exemplifies everybody in this room's commitment to the residents of the city, and it's great to have a fire department that aligns with that commitment to the people, because you guys are out front, like you said, in the parade, because you're doing a great job, and we're just really proud of you. I want to up the commitment we have to you, not just this contract, but going forward, we're going to do our best to get everything you need to continue performing at the rate. Councilmember Schaefer challenged everyone in the city to be one of the top 3 cities in the state of California. So this is the first step, and we're going to continue that direction. So thank you guys for being top notch that you are.
Wait, top 3 or top? I thought it was top.
Start somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, really. So, we ran one of the. Yeah, exactly. Well, no, yeah, I know. We just want to be there. Certainly, I ran on a platform, and we ran on a platform of basic infrastructure, safety, and pavement and roads. And there's nothing more basic to a city than police and fire public safety. Nothing more basic. It's the lion's share of our budget. It's the largest by far. And I think, what was it? Councilmember Schaefer said, put our money where our mouth is. That's what you've seen here today. We understand, everybody would love to pay everybody more, but we have a limited budget. And I want to point out that we're balancing even this with, in addition to this, we are making a commitment to temporary Fire Station 1, temporary Fire Station 6, opening a fire station in Levenheim with a road now to a permanent one out there where it belongs. And so you're seeing the commitment up here to public safety across the board. And I hope, and I really appreciate the teamwork and the collaboration. I appreciate the hard work by staff getting this. This is never an easy thing when you go into negotiations for contracts. But I think we came out with a good solution that I think, nobody's ever 100% fulfilled, but boy, it's the whole package I'm looking at. One of the things on our goal list that I didn't get in last year, but not because I think I forgot, it was our first time to write down our goals, was being the preferred employer of choice. And I think this reflects that objective, and I'm going into February 2nd and 3rd for our goal setting. I'm going to make sure we add into our goals, or at least I'm going to ask, that we be the preferred employer of choice. And because we want to. It's all about the people. Every organization I've run, it's about the people, and it's about having the right people in the right slots. So thank you for working with us. Thank you for executing it and getting it done. I'll have you go after Joy. Okay. And then our city manager wants to say something, but I'll yield to Councilmember Lyons.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with the mayor's objective of continuing to be the employer of choice, and I say continuing because you all are wonderful examples of a high-quality team that's really served our community well and improves our safety and our quality of life. Thank you for all your hard work, and thank you, represented by Donnie, for your engagement with us in a very authentic way to move forward and come up with the right solution for this. And everyone else has already said everything, so I want to then move to the recommended action, adopt resolution number 2025-123, and also adopt resolution 2025-124.
Second.
Do we need to see if Josh has his challenge coin?
Oh, okay. Before we go there, I want to give the city manager the floor for a moment.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. So I just want to say I'm so very proud of council. I know that we've had a couple council members here that had gone through negotiations before, but we had some new folks. So thank you very much. You did an amazing job. You did an amazing job of listening, asking some really good, pertinent questions. And I think the deal that we struck, and I think I had said that in an email that I sent to you folks, really valued our employees while also being fiscally responsible. So I thank you for that. I thank you to the negotiating team, the staff, to Judy, to Jace, to Shelley and Emily and Quinn. Thank you for all of your hard work. And of course, I want to thank the firefighters. I could not be more honored to be the city manager of the city of Encinitas. I mean, I am so proud to serve this council. I am so proud, and I serve the staff and to serve the residents. We have I call it our Encinitas family, and I truly feel like that. And I hope you feel valued, that you are family. I know you put your lives on the line every day. So thank you so much for everything you do. And I mean, it's very pivotal as a city manager when we go through negotiations for the first time. So thank you. Thank you for all your hard work. Thank you for your understanding. Thank you for looking at the city as a bigger picture. And public safety is our most important aspect here in the city. So from the bottom of my heart, for everyone that was involved in this, thank you so much. And I'm just so proud and honored that we can all serve each other. So thank you.
Okay. With that, we'll call the question. Okay, so let's see. We've got 13 minutes before 10 o'clock. The question is, how long will it take for the next item, item 11A, which is an informational item? Oh. Oh, okay. So why don't we do a little housekeeping? 10:30, 10:20? I'm good with 10:30. 10. Wait, is that a motion? Do I have it? 10:30. I'll second it. And let's vote on that motion. Little housekeeping here, folks. We'll try and get done before 10:30. Okay.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. And with that, we'll do the Encinitas Community Park Amenities Assessment, and we'll hear from staff report from Park Operation Manager Norgard.
Thank you, Mayor Ehlers, Deputy Mayor O'Hara, and members of the council. My name is David Norgard. I'm the Park Operations Manager. I'm pleased to be here this evening to provide an update on the Encinitas Community Park Amenities Assessment. This item was originally presented to council on September 18th of 2024. Council requested that we bring this presentation back while they were reviewing the Parks and Recreation work plan. For a little bit of background, Encinitas Community Park is a 44-acre park located at 425 Santa Fe Drive. A final Environmental Impact Report, or EIR, was prepared for the Hall Property Community Park project pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act and officially adopted by City Council on October 22nd, 2008. The park was completed and opened in January of 2015. Encinitas Community Park, or ECP, includes a very popular playground, passive walking trails, sports fields, a world-class skate park, and perhaps the nicest dog park in the region. The approved master plan shown here was used for the EIR and major use permit for the park. When ECP opened in 2015, the park did not include two of the major amenities that were included in the master plan, shown in the master plan here. The Teen Center in the upper left or northwest corner of the park, and the Aquatic Center in the upper right or northeast corners of the park. After the park opened, the Parks and Recreation Commission received feedback from the community requesting sand volleyball and other amenities be added to ECP. Beginning in fiscal year 1920, the Park and Recreation Commission work plan included public outreach to gauge interest for adding sand volleyball courts to ECP. The commission met with sand volleyball players, stakeholders, and vendors. On May 12, 2020, the commission made a recommendation to the City Council to add sand volleyball courts at city facilities, including ECP. Similarly, in fiscal year 21-22, the commission work plan also included studying pickleball use at facilities and made a recommendation for court sharing, as there are no dedicated city-owned pickleball courts. At the June 9, 2021 special City Council meeting, City Council directed staff to investigate the feasibility of adding new amenities at ECP, including sand volleyball courts and dedicated pickleball courts, and directed $30,000 in capital funding for the 22-23 capital improvement budget. Staff prepared a request for quotes to hire a consultant to analyze the feasibility of amending the EIR and major use permit to add sand volleyball and pickleball. RRM Design Group was hired to lead the feasibility. RRM Design Group reviewed the previously certified EIR and MUP, performed site analysis, and developed high-level concepts to analyze the feasibility of adding sand volleyball and pickleball courts. RRM also performed a desktop analysis of potential impacts, including traffic, noise, air quality, greenhouse gas emissions, and parking. The concept diagrams that were include three options for analysis, which I'll review on the following slides. For orientation, this slide shows the current condition of the northwest corner, identified in the master plan as the Teen Center. This area is mostly used as a passive area with picnic tables and an open lawn. This slide shows the current condition of the northeast corner, identified in the master plan as the aquatic center. The area is used to host dog days of summer on various years. We have some commercial permits there, including dog training classes, yoga, and boot camps. Consultant prepared 3 high-level diagrams so that they were able to analyze the technical studies that I mentioned under the desktop analysis. Option 1 included 2 sand volleyball courts on the northwest corner of the site where the previously planned teen center was shown on the master plan. The illustration included opportunities for spectator seating, picnic tables and shade. Retaining walls and steps would be needed to accommodate the sloped grade in this area. Option 2 included up to 2 sand volleyball courts on the northwest corner and up to 12 pickleball courts in the northeast corner of the site where the aquatic center was previously shown. They included opportunities for spectator seating again, picnic tables, shade, a concession area, and restrooms. And option 3 included up to 4 volleyball courts and 8 pickleball courts on the northeast corner of the site where the previously planned aquatic center was shown. In summary, the consultants found that amending the EIR and major use permit for sand volleyball and pickleball courts is feasible. The concept diagrams for the amenities were analyzed at our high level. They were not done with public input. It was really just some space that they had to put on the plan so that they had something to analyze. A project level EIR addendum should be prepared for any new amenities. A consultant would be required to perform the necessary analysis, technical studies, as well as lead the planning, design, outreach, and permitting. High-level costs for a consultant to perform the outreach, necessary tech studies, planning, design, and development, as well as amending the major use permit in the EAR are estimated to be about $350,000. High-level costs for implementation of option 1, which is the 2 sand volleyball courts on the northwest side, are approximately $500,000, and options 2 and 3 are approximately $3 million. This concludes my presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay, do we have any questions of clarification? If not, we'll go to public hearing.
First speaker is Bridget Kimball, followed by Brett Mills with the time donation from Elio Bello and Malia Matthews, who is present. Then Molly Hitlian with the time donation from Karen Caden, who's present, and then Scott Campbell.
Good evening, Mayor and council members, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Bridget Kimball, and I am a Parks and Recreation Commissioner who joined in March of this year. The presentation tonight from staff, from Manager Norgard, discussed 3 options for additional amenities in the park. From the perspective of the amenities themselves, those are based off of feedback that came from almost 5 years ago. And they're fine amenities to consider, but currently in the Parks and Recreation Commission work plan, we have 2 dedicated committees looking at these similar topics. I lead an ad hoc that was formed in June whose charter is to investigate surf, volleyball, and skate parks, and with the potential inclusion of an additional skate bowl in the city. So our commission is working actively, and so I caution making any decisions right now before we have our recommendations out. We currently have a recommendation we voted on for skateboarding in the city, and a report is in progress to be delivered to council in early 2026. We also have started very active discussion with the volleyball community, including schools, beach clubs, private clubs, and Boys and Girls Club, and to understand what their needs are in the city. And so we've spent many hours talking with community members, reviewing documents, and meeting with city staff to understand current and future plans. And ECP is really kind of the jewel from a perspective of a multi-use park for the city. So I assume that amending MUPs and EIRs requires financial expenditure. I think Manager Norgard said about $300,000. And so all I would say here is that I recommend that the council wait until the recommendations from the commission come through in the first part of 2026, and as you look into your budget planning going forward, because I'd hate for us to have to spend money twice. That's all. Thank you.
Brett?
David, I submitted a presentation. Are you able to bring that up for me?
Perfect. Thank you, City Council. My name is Brett Mills, Director of Program Development for Express Soccer Club. I've been a part of the community for 45 years, as I am a 45-year-old, and played with the soccer club, coached with the soccer club, and now am a director of the soccer club. So very important to me that we have the right sports amenities, and I know ECP, as we said, is a jewel of that. But more importantly tonight, if you want to go to the next slide, Dave, I'm representing all the youth sports groups. We have been meeting over the last 6 months. We've fought over sports fields for the last decades, right? And we've decided to come together to make sure that we are finding the commonalities of what we need. And in that, we've come up with some field challenges, and you can go to the next slide. And one of those is that we are sharing those fields, also the limited lit space that we have, and the rest times that these fields needs, the grass fields, especially at ECP, and the quality of fields year-round. So with that, we came up with a tiered plan, and that is, go ahead, David, next slide. And again, this is just the inventory at ECP that we went through, so we can continue past that quickly. A three-tiered plan, and one of those big plans was to renovate ECP 3, right, which is the lower baseball field / multi-use sports field, to create a better environment for us to use that space. We have Malia in the room who's with Little League, and they have said that that baseball diamond at ECP 3 is something that is not used because of the dimensions of it. So what we would propose to do is get rid of that dirt diamond there and have it a full multi-use for lacrosse, rugby, soccer, both Cardiff soccer and Express soccer, and eventually get turf on that field. We have gone through this process before as Express in the city at Leo Mullen, where we put that field in, is over by the Target Center, where it was grass and there was no lights. We were able to then get turf approved there and bring in temporary lights. Those lights have been provided by us, Express Soccer Club, for, I believe, 16 to 17 years now. We just purchased new lights that went on that field. We have 10 of them now solar powered. We'd been running diesel fuel on those fields for 17 years, and now we've got the lights that are much more effective in terms of the light spillage and also for our environment. So we would propose that we could create a better space at ECP3 and bring in lights, which we wanted to bring to you. We've been talking about this for the last 6 months, and we want you to understand that this would be something that is important to put into your thoughts as we add amenities, or before we add amenities, make sure that the people that are currently using the space are able to use it to the best of our abilities before we create even more issues that, again, like we said, we spend money to add amenities and then have to go back to fix them. So I do have a few more slides, but if you can go ahead, David Norgard, or David, we will talk about turf, and that's not the topic maybe tonight, but it is something that I wanted to present, and there are safe turfs out there. We've done really well at Leo Mullen, with the turf that we have. And there's even better technology with that. Go ahead, 2 slides. The natural grass, again, we can touch on that a little bit more, but I know it's been a long night, so we'll continue to go through to the last one was these solar lights. Those are the ones that we are currently using at Leo Mullen, and we'd propose to bring on to ECP3 if this plan were to move forward. So it would be lights and full turf on that ECP3, and if we can fit pickleball and volleyball in as well, we'll do it all, but I want to make sure that the sports that are out here now are being taken care of. Any questions that you have?
Thank you.
Cool.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, and could you send that presentation to us, or can we get it to the
Yeah, the
council?
Parks and Rec Commission has it, and I would hope that they can get it.
Yeah, go ahead and,
We could speak in more detail.
yeah, absolutely. And February 2nd and 3rd, right? Did I get that right? For our goal-setting session, you should come. And usually the first morning is mostly public input, so plan on a similar type of pitch and presentation there. So, Monday morning.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor O'Hara. Congratulations, and council. I know we're here to, Molly Hintley in District 2. I know we're here to receive information, and as it's been pointed out, Bridget Kimball, that it's an older work plan and from a different council. It's a major change for a prime piece of park property. So, of course, I'm going to advocate for a pool. I would be remiss not to mention it. This is the time you do it, you know? And it may take 20 years. The town I grew up in, they built a new high school, and they didn't have money for a pool until 20 years later. And now they have it, and it's the best thing the town ever had. So I have to say, I know several of the council members are swimmers. I happened to run into Council Member Schaefer at 2 different pools. So we commute to Solana Beach and Carlsbad to get our swim on. So I would like to say that my concern with this, that it is a jewel piece of property. And I'm a pickleball player too, but it seems kind of excessive with the amount of pickleball courts that was proposed from a study 3-4 years ago. And yes, there's probably need for sand volleyball. I'm not against any of these ideas, but I think what the concern is public outreach. So I'll go back to the fancy slide that Ellen started the evening with, Ellen Burr, that there's got to be a process, and I would really like to make sure we are doing public outreach, as we've heard from 2 other speakers, the multi-use park. So I would really want to know what the rubric was and make sure that, you know, if it does take us 15 years to get a pool, we shouldn't give up the property without thinking about that. So I guess I didn't need 6 minutes, so I'm going to yield.
I don't think I'm going to need 3 minutes either. First off, I went by our new unnamed park today, and I noticed that it was mowed, maintained, and that's good. That's really good. The weeds are growing, and we need a name for it. Does anybody remember the arguments about lights at this park when it was called Hall Community Park? Mm-hmm. Lights? Yes. I voted for this park. I wanted my kids to play baseball. They're over 30 years old now. They've never played baseball there. I don't know what to say about lights, but we have lights on the freeway now. So the lights thing kind of got blown out. The Caltrans said, we're putting lights on the freeway. Earlier today, you talked about open space, trails, open space, trees. I mean, we're tying these all together, community outreach, and it's coming back to this topic. Could you pull up this northeast slide? Yeah. What do I see here? I see fairly mature trees. Are we going to tear these out? I mean, there's no answer. I don't have it against that. I'm just trying to point this out. This is an informational item. These are things to think about. The volleyball courts, sand volleyball courts, there's one thing about sand. It's like water. It goes everywhere. You can't contain it. Now, if you have sand next to a skateboard park, that's dangerous. Sand next to pickleball is probably dangerous too. I'm not down on it, but sand is slippery. So you got to really think about putting sand next to it. Now, this is also about active use and passive use. anything where one of those had the volleyball in the northwest corner, that's next to houses. They might not appreciate the extra noise. The pickleball next to the freeway is probably a much better choice. Pickleball will decrease competition at Cottonwood Creek. Bobby Riggs, I'm not sure what's going on with there, but those people are going to want to play. So these are just things to consider. I don't think you're making the final decision. We're receiving the report. These are things that they need to be talked about. The Express guys, that was huge, taking out one of those ball fields. We've never played baseball that I've seen at those fields. So maybe we do need to start using them. One thing I heard was all these, the sand volleyballs and all those clubs and stuff, are we setting us up for this to be a pure rental facility? All these times are going to be slotted in rental. And we talked about the surf schools. I mean, once again, we're renting out city properties. This is a tough decision. Lots of things to talk about. What happened at 9 o'clock?
Thank you. That's it? Okay. With that, we'll go on to Councilmember Lyons.
I'm going to be quick based on the hour of the day and that this is an information item. I want to ask staff a few questions. First, I'll make a few statements. One is when this came before us a few years ago, people really were passionate about all the different uses, and that's represented here tonight. You know, league, sports leagues, the youth center, the pool, the pickleball, the volleyball. So that public engagement needs to continue happening. I'm glad to hear that the Parks and Rec Commission is in works to bring forward surf, volleyball, and skate parks. And my first question to staff is, does that include pickleball too?
The commission has a work plan item that's looking at pickleball, predominantly right now rules, and some of the conversations that they've had revolve around whether or not we end up expanding pickleball facilities within the city and how that may change the current rules at Cottonwood and Moonlight Beach. But their focus on pickleball has been related to that right now.
I like the fact that the commission is working on this, and I look forward to it coming forward to us. So this is a good kind of primer today to remind everyone what we've done so far. I think we need to have a very robust dialogue around this. We really have more needs than we have space, and a lot of passionate people who are very engaged. Could you pull up one of the plan views and show me where ECP 3 is? Oh, well, maybe it's not covered. Oh, there you go. Which one?
This one.
Oh, so you're showing me, David?
Yeah, with the pointer here, it's the northernmost baseball field.
Okay, good, yeah. Yeah, okay, I understand your comment better now. Okay, thanks. That's it for me. I'll yield.
Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
Great presentation. I think two things. The first thing I would say is anybody who wants to do anything in ECP Park is going to have to figure out how to put parking in, because there's not enough parking for any of these plans that we see up here currently. I think that needs to be as much a priority as what we're going to put there. Because if we put in pickleball court or pool, then we're talking a ton of cars. And so that might be part of the conversation, is what's going to make this park too crowded to park our car or our vehicle or our bike or whatever. So I think any discussion about any installation of any type of court, pool, facility is going to have to talk about parking as a mandatory piece, because it's already, I believe, impacted up there for the most part. But I think what we saw here was really exciting, right? And I'm sure you guys are over there salivating listening to these things. Like city manager too, as a former Parks and Rec person, like what we're hearing is people live here and they want to do their recreation outside, and they want us to have facilities for them, which is amazing, right? That's why we live here. We want to go forward and see how to make this happen. So I think what we're hearing is, even just in this little space, we don't have enough. And I know that we're desperately short on park space in this city, But I think this is a great impetus. Express Soccer is here. We had a discussion about a pool. I didn't expect the pool to come up tonight, but yeah, the pool originally was dialed in there. And I think, now we've got the opportunity of volleyball, which we're finding through Bridget's hard work that there's a big demand in that community as well. And obviously pickleball, everybody knows pickleball. I think what this spurs the conversation of is like, how do we look to find new opportunities to pair either these organizations with facilities, the city with partnership facilities, whether it's at school sites that sit vacant when they're not in use during vacations, different times. Like, how do we spur those conversations to make those facilities that we haven't really considered an option for this? Is there a church that wants to have a set of volleyball courts? Is there, what are the ways that we can, I don't say manufacture, but produce opportunity for all of these great organizations to take advantage of why we live here, which is to be outside recreating, right? So I love the conversation. I really appreciate everybody showing up. I didn't expect 4 people to speak on this, but I think it gets everybody's juices flowing up here, and I'm really excited about this. So I don't have a recommendation other than the parking to look at that no matter what we do here. But I think we've seen the opportunity to kind of really address the big picture. Like, hey, we have the demand's there, and when the demand's there, let's take advantage of it. I'm going to rest, but thank you.
Okay. And I really agree with the parking comment. I think whatever we do, whatever planning has to look at parking for the use, and we have to have sufficient parking because there's not neighborhood parking around there. The lights on the ECRP could be an issue. I remember back when Hall property got purchased, it was a question of putting up 90-foot poles in line of sight with the view off of like the hill up, and quite a few neighbors having to look through that and impacting lights elsewhere. Under 30 feet may be doable. I think that's what's happening at Leo Mullen. And I immediately had the same question, not just about the soccer or mixed multi-use fields, but about pickleball. We would probably want to light those too with shorter, under 30 foot. And just to note, if it goes above 30 feet, it goes to a vote of the people with Prop A. One thing came up in an email, and I forwarded it to the deputy mayor since he is on the school liaison committee, is do we have options, bigger options elsewhere for partnerships with schools for some of these facilities? Reason I bring that up is quite often you see pool facilities at schools and in partnership with cities, which would relieve the need to put it here. I think I've already heard from staff and some briefings that the space we allocated there may not be big enough, certainly not enough parking is one option, and that may not be the right place to put it. Plus, I go back and the Hall property and now this park, that's been reserved for how many years now? I mean, it's 2004 when that all started and when we purchased it a few years later. Likewise with the teen center. The teen center was I think, a wish of a past council from over 20 years ago, and the money never came. The groups never came. In the case of the Aqua Center the swimming pool, it was supposed to be a public-private partnership, and they just never got off the ground. So, this is great. I really appreciate Bridget, you coming, and I want to follow the process that's coming from Parks and Rec, and you make recommendations to us. And as Councilmember Lyons said, I think this is a great entree and get us thinking and get the juices flowing. So those are my thoughts. With that, I would support receiving this, and I'll yield to, I guess, did you go?
Yeah, I was before you, whatever.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. I'm skipping ahead.
I'm
in a hurry.
No, so I just want to echo what everybody's been saying. Brett, thank you for coming in and speaking on that. Bridget, I think we got our work cut out for us, but I think the biggest thing right now is park spaces is a massive deficit. It's probably the oddly enough, it's the long forgotten stepchild of this overdevelopment that's happening. And if we don't think about it, soon and get in front of that part of it which is a part of my initiated item back in August about seeing this place as 75 and 95,000 people, because we're going to be there soon enough. And if we don't put these things first, it's going to be the last thing that comes up, and it's going to be the first complaint that we get from whatever well-to-do person that moves in here because it's not cheap anymore. So it's trying to figure out how to get those parks, and I think I would say hopefully down by the Miracosta area, that those fields that have just been taken, those old strawberry fields that's close to the freeway, somewhere, something to match what Del Mar has with their surf fields, what they have with their fairgrounds, something where we have a space like that that's closer to the freeways. What this is, obviously, but it's more of a community park than it is actually a sports, where we could actually dedicate it to lights on, no big issues. So I'm saying that mostly to bridge it because it's kind of a bigger Parks and Rec commission, hopefully to give you guys some background. But this is a receive item, but I think hopefully we can tackle this in the 26th season.
And Deputy Mayor O'Hara again.
Yeah, and I think it's great you brought that point up. I think it was one of the most underrated points that people have brought up here about that vision of what happens as we go to 90,000 people. And one more time, it shows up. You keep putting these things out there, and they keep showing up. So I'm glad you keep mentioning, because I think we do have to look forward to this. I want to finish this item with a response that I think Parks and Rec will enjoy. I think City Manager will be enjoyed. Maybe this is a challenge. It's a direct response to the mayor. I want you to think 2 words. Rooftop pool.
Yes. I don't know.
Or rooftop field, either way, at City Hall. I rest.
Okay. And this is that's it for this item. Let's move on to item 12, which are none. Item 13, City Council member reports pursuant to AB 1234, and we'll start down at the far end.
Yeah, I'll simply say that I attended the Encina Wastewater Authority Board meeting this morning. Thank you.
Attended the San Diego Community Power meeting. We're still looking for a liaison for the community outreach. If anybody is interested in that, we are recruiting right now. And we also, Luke and I also attended the Santa Fe Irrigation District Finance meeting. Nothing really to report, right?
They're well funded. Jim and I attended this morning the school district liaison board meeting, and it was pretty standard, except for we got into down the path on school resource officers, and that was a big deal. And so it's on the Captain Watts gave a great presentation, and I think most of them had heard about it. It was a little bit questioning as to where this came from, if the schools had asked for it, but they hadn't. But I think it's our response to trying to get a little bit more, especially as a budroom community, as a third of our population are students, and the other third, another one of those thirds are the parents of those kids. So it's 2/3 of our community is touched through the schools, and so I think that's kind of the gist of the conversation anyway.
And tomorrow is the final NCTD meeting of the year. We're selecting our chair and our chair for our board, as well as all of our committees. Just in case I don't remember to report it in a month from now.
Oh, okay. And I attended the same Encina Wastewater Board this morning. And then I also last Friday attended the Sandag Board of Directors. And it was one big item on that one was adoption of the 2025 regional plan and approving the final EIR for it. And this is something every 4 years that Sandag goes through. So there's a lot of analysis and work that went in long before I got on that board, and so we did approve it and adopted it. We also, and it'll come back up in 4 years. We also looked at that. We talked about the the SGIP calculation error on those grants, and they've come back and said it did not make a difference. So we still have the one we won, and it didn't make a material difference enough apparently to cause the Trail 82 to click above. So just FYI, I thought that was one that near and dear to our hearts and we should report on. So with that, we'll move on to city manager report.
Thank you. We did have an ICE operation in the city on December 8th at 6:40 at the Chevron gas station located at 350 Encinitas Boulevard. The sheriffs were not given notification of this incident. We contacted ICE after this. They said an illegal alien was arrested for violations of federal law. They did not give any name. And it was one individual. We asked where they were being deported or held, and they basically went ahead and told us that they could, people could find that out on the locator, which is on our website. We did, of course, do a FOIA request, so that is in. We did that on December 10th, so we do have that up on the website. And I think I have reported that we did send the 2 MOUs to both Border Patrol and to ICE. ICE came back and said they would not be signing it. Border Patrol said they'd be happy to set up a meeting. However, they have not gotten back to us on a date or time, so those are not signed. But I did want to let the community know that we did follow up immediately after we had heard about that with the proper authorities. Also, now I want to give you an update on San Diego Rescue Mission already. So as you know, we signed a contract with San Diego Rescue Mission on November 19th. They already began working with our city unhoused population as early as November 24th. San Diego Rescue Mission has prioritized providing services to the existing participants in the Jewish Family Services parking lot, given that it'll be ending on December 13th. San Diego Rescue Mission also has already created the by name list, and staff is very pleased to announce that they have placed a total of 16 unhoused individuals into a variety of housing scenarios. And let me go through those real quick. 6 individuals were placed at the Buena Creek Navigation Center. 2 individuals were placed at the La Posada shelter in Carlsbad. 1 individual was placed in a detox facility. 7 people were placed in San Diego Rescue Mission's South County Lighthouse, located in National City, which is a transitional living center. Of those 7 placements included a father and a son, a married couple with a 2-month-old baby whose parents were living in a car. So just wanted to show that this is amazing with San Diego Rescue Mission coming on board in less than a month, what they've been doing to help. So very proud of staff and very proud of San Diego Rescue Mission. And I do want to just let everyone know that we do have holiday closure. The city will be closed from December 24th. We'll open back up on the 1st of January. We do have information listed on our front page. So we do have folks that are on call. So there's an emergency number. If people have water leaks or issues, they can call that. So we do have water staff also that'll be checking water quality throughout the city. And as we know, looks like we got rain coming in, so Public Works and wastewater will be ready with the vac-ons. We'll get the pumps out before the rain comes. And city manager is in town, so of course, if anyone needs anything. So just want to wish everyone happy holidays. 2025 was amazing, and 2026 is going to be even better, and we are number 1.
And one other note on the flooding: the city manager is the proud owner of a foul weather gear and boots now, as am I. So. City Attorney report.
Thank you, Mayor. No report, just a happy holidays to all of you.
And City Clerk? Nothing to report. Okay, and with that, we are adjourned. And have a good holiday. Yay.